What up, Veritas? Yeah, I need a new mic arm. Oh god. Stuck at 200 stamina since treasure map started. Nice. Oops. I won't be right back. I am back. I'm here. I've done like 2 runs, so. Although I had a doctor appointment, so. Oh, I needed to change this team. Stupid. I need to replace Frankie. I think Stampede Sabo is boosted. Right? Stampede Sabo boosted? No. He's like boosted every other treasure map. Why is he not boosted this time? Who else can I use? Luffy, Sabo, Garp, Dadan, Makino, Yamato, Leorio, Skull, Mihal, Ganryu. Another month, another treasure map. The Fuji stage has 2 bentos? Yeah, it's the same as... I forget when we last got this map, but we got this map before. Like, basically this exact... Yeah, it was New Year. That's right. Yeah, there's no affinity booster other than Skull and Mihal that I could use. Is there a Luffy I can throw? That's an attack boosting Luffy. And I could replace Zoro with... I guess I could replace Zoro with Luffy. Yeah, I'll replace Zoro with Luffy. The free-to-play one. Apparently your Xbox was overheating. Oh, then that should be an easy fix. Just clean it out. It might have a bunch of dust in there. Open it up, clean it out. It can't be overheating. Yeah, it's an Xbox. It doesn't even run that fast. But legitimately, just clean it out. Should be an easy enough fix. If you literally turn it on for 30 seconds. And there could be a safety feature in there where if the fan struggles to push air out, then you don't have compressed air. Do you have a vacuum cleaner? You can use a vacuum cleaner. Or a duster. Or a cloth. Use anything for that. Too much power? Yeah, just use a cloth. Wipe out the dust in there. Or if you know someone with a compressed air compressor. I have an air compressor, so sometimes when I used to take my computer to and from college, my desktop to and from college, I would take it down to my basement and just blow it out with an air compressor. Went to get it repaired and it cost you €39? Jeez. Seems like a scam. That's way too expensive. That sucks. At least it's fixed now though, right? I think I looked at this team and I said I didn't need Yamato, but I guess technically it doesn't matter whether or not I have Yamato because she's also my highest boosted unit that I can really put here. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not, unless I put Izo, which gives me a slight boost, but it's not that much higher. Because, like, there's no other way with Yamato, Nuneko. Oh, you haven't gotten it done yet. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to get rid of... Let me just run this team and see what I have to deal with. Because I think it's just Despair that I am double dipping on right now. But yeah, as long as you're careful about opening up your Xbox, like you make sure you keep all the screws in one place, follow like a YouTube video on how to open it up, stuff like that. Should be pretty easy to open up and clean out yourself. But if it's overheating for a different reason, then who knows? Yeah, so it is 3 turns of Despair that I am dealing with. And I want to basically use all my specials this turn, right? So I can just swap this, and that gets rid of paralysis. And then I need to get rid of Despair. And this gets rid of Despair. Oh, and back down. Get rid of attack down? No. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. And this I'm saving for next turn. I hope I'm doing this team right. Pretty sure this is how I meant to do it. Why do I do that? Why did I decide to put that support on that Luffy? Because realistically, I could have used Yamato special the turn before. Yeah, it still works out fine. So, can I get... So either on Luffy... Is there a 3-turn despair reducing? I can do 2 turns despair. Can't get anything on Yamato. That doesn't... I can't get anything on Inuneko. What if I throw Izo instead of Stussy? No. Really? Whitebeard doesn't support Izo? God. I can get 2 turns, I just need 1 more turn. Man. I could squeeze in just the tiniest bit more point multiplier if I could get all of that taken care of, but I just can't. Support, do status effects, despair. Shank's crew. Does Shank's crew have a despair reducing? No. They don't have a despair reducing support that would work. They're all when you use a despair reducing special. Ink is in the treasure map shop. Nice. Most useful feature. I'm surprised how long it's taken them to make ink more readily available. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's purely vanity. I don't know why it's super hard to get. They release 3 legends a month, and I can barely ink, like, 2. Or 1 every month. Especially with how worthless level 2 ink has become. Well, it's not that the level 2 ink is worthless, it's that the rainbow ink items are worthless. Unless you're doing it for a brand new character. I mean, could I at least replace Stussy? Is there someone who would reduce despair? Despair. No. Yeah. This team is as good as it's gonna get, unfortunately. Oh, whoops. Also. Forgot to use Savo's super special. It'd be cool if, like, Limit Break, like, if you maxed out their potential abilities, it reduced the cost of level 1 ink, and then level Limit Break would reduce the cost of level 2 ink. And then they could give ink to other units. But maybe, like, only if you level it up with dupes or something like that. I don't know. Because people are just going to rainbow their units and get level 1 ink immediately. Yeah, Shank's Crew 6+, which... funny that I only need 2 turns as well. Does that bind really 2 turns? 5 turns. Yeah, so it's only 2 turns. It's weird. That's pretty surprising. I can do this to buff my color affinity slightly. I feel like this would have been a cool place to use like Ben Beckman Lucky Roo, but nope, don't get to do that because booster meta. Can only use units that are boosted. Like, it's really a shame because Ben Beckman Lucky Roo is such a unique character. But I don't think they'll ever be useful other than Garp Challenge. If you really go out of your way to try to use them. And then from the looks of Shank's crew, unless they change the classes, which I doubt they'll do, but they might make the crew half not shooter anymore, although that would be weird. They should still be shooter cerebral, and then Shanks would be slasher cerebral. But if they don't change it, then I can just sell my dupes. Free? No. Okay, we'll go left. If they don't change it, then I can sell my dupes and just evolve the one version. God, I hope they give this 6+ a real glow up. Because on release they were so good, but now it's like they just don't provide any utility in their special. Like, they really shined because their captain was so good, and now their captain is just alright. New Garp is cool. I'm excited about the new Garp. I hope the new Garp is really fun. I wanted to change this team. I think I'm just gonna put Sugar as a captain. I am kind of upset with Bandai about how they made Ace though now, because they added more, like, isn't this new probably support unit a Spade Pirate? This is Kotatsu and Cornelia. Sugar is great versus Burgess. My Burgess team is, yeah, needed a little work. So, although I don't need the barrier, I don't need it to bypass the barrier, I just want it for a stronger captain. Although I could get rid of Shanks at this point now. But we'll just see how this team works. I could replace Shanks with somebody that boosts affinity. Using Red Kanjuro and Inuarashi. Strength Inuarashi. Yeah, I need to do little tweaks to my teams. Yeah, Cornelia and Kotatsu. But they didn't add Cornelia or Kotatsu to Ace's superclass or anything. Like, I don't know why they didn't. They should have just added him in. If they knew they were going to release those units this month, they should have just added them in. Like, even if they're a support or a recruit, like... Yeah, their rewards go up to 15 million this time. So... Yeah, I should swap out Shanks for an affinity booster. See who I can throw in. Affinity boost. There's ulti. Striker powerhouse. That wouldn't work. I guess Conjuro. Yeah, Strength Conjuro seems to be probably the best pick for that. Trigger Team throws out so much damage, not sure I even need another boost. That's true. Like, it's way overkill, but the HP growth is pretty annoying sometimes. So, that was also an on-map boss. So who knows, because I'm going to have to do like 40 or more navs, so if my damage starts to get pretty low, then I'll have to throw in some more buffs. So better to have it and not have to use it than... Let me just swap that out before I forget about it. Okay. Now I can not think about it. 30 gem total for in the 15 million. Yeah, from like 10 to 15, I think it's 30 gems or something like that. So it's a good amount. It's just... getting to 15 million is pretty tough. Yeah, 30 from before that, and then 5 from Chopper Man. 15 gems on Grand Line. Yeah, that's about expected. Because they say that each league is double, about double the league before it, so... East Blue should be half that, but I doubt East Blue even gets the 15 million. It's not really double, no. Yeah, East Blue doesn't even get the 15 million. They probably only get like 7 or 10. It's easier ranking high in the easier leagues. It's easier ranking in Grand Line. East Blue, I don't think it's easier to rank. It just feels easier because you don't have to, like, you have one team beats all in East Blue. But Grand Line for sure, just due to how few people stay in Grand Line. But compared to New World, yeah. But most of the people in New World are doing it for just the materials. I should have used Izo first. He does that big health cut. But that's fine. You're doing Grand Line? Yeah, Grand Line's not bad, it's just... New World gets gems simply by reaching 10 million. Yeah, also... Yeah, I don't need gems. I do not care for gems. I do like getting gems, but I definitely don't need them. Doing the math, Grand Line with good rank gets you more gems than New World without a rank reward. Well, yeah. The rank reward, like, Bandai wants you to rank. Like, Bandai would prefer that you rank in every game mode. So, of course, the ranking rewards are going to be good. That's been the case since the beginning of time. Yeah, if you just want gems, then stay in Grand Line or East Blue or whatever you want, but you're not going to get a whole lot of limit break materials. And then that's going to end up biting you in the foot, but if all you care about is pulling, then min-max your pulling. I hate this fight so much because I accidentally tapped on my first run and I died. Because I couldn't use my specials to reduce damage. There's so many orb manipulators on this team. Okay, apparently I can't hit perfects on Alvida or Wiper. I should switch out this ship. Just to make sure I hit perfects. Tablet rewards is Yikes and Grand Line. Well, yeah. Limit break materials and tablets you don't get a lot of from ranking rewards. You should get, like, a lot more, but they don't give you a lot at all. Let me switch this to whatever. This, I want to switch to whales. This one I want to keep as Hoei. Not that it really matters all that much. I'm not getting that much XP from that fight, but yeah. And then this, I want to switch out Zoro for Luffy. I don't need Zoro's utility. Utility is just a bonus. Then I can throw in throw an ace, get rid of 3 turns, and then I could give myself a better or a different bind reducer. It's unfair. I mean, yeah, they should have better rewards, but probably not going to be changing that anytime soon. There's not really any other bind reducers that I would want to put on this team. Put in low effort, get low amount of rewards. I mean, they don't want you to stay in Grand Line. They want you to go to New World. So that is the other half of it. Like, they don't want people to settle in Grand Line or New World. Or, East Blue, rather. Might throw a chopper in here. What do you do, chopper? Don't do anything, but that's honestly fine. Here. And Neko. Boom. There, and now I don't have to deal with that bind. Could use Super Type Psy instead of Sanji and use Sanji Rare Recruit to remove bind? Yeah, that's assuming I have Sanji Rare Recruit. I do not have Sanji Rare Recruit. I have not gotten lucky enough to get that Sanji. Yeah. Like, basically all the bind reducers that are boosted are either I don't own or are just not good fits for the team. You got Sanji from the New Year banner. Yeah, I just have to wait until I get him from free tickets or a free multi-pull or something. So this team works. A little janky, but it should work. And now I don't have to deal with the bind at all. Technically, I don't even need putting support on Sanji anymore, but... Then again, you pulled like 50 times, yeah. Yeah, I haven't pulled since last July, August. So, I don't have a whole lot of the newer rare recruits, unfortunately. That really bites me in the butt on Treasure Map. Okay, so this. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, how do I get rid of block orbs on this team again? Got Ace's special does it. Yeah, now I can hit perfects on this. I don't have to worry about the burn. Yeah, I think I should just use Luffy special. I don't see why I should wait. Just use it. Overwrite Ace's attack boost. Why did I skip? The units were pretty amazing. I'm skipping out of principle because the banners are bad. The units are good, but the banners weren't good. Bandai has been giving us like really, really mediocre and not interesting banners to pull on for a couple years now. And they haven't addressed the whole issue of units only being good for 2 months. How does 6+ Shanks look like? We only have his icon. We only have his icons. I guess I could throw this image up over here. It's kind of big. Takes up a lot of space. Let me see if I can crop it in Photopea. Open URL. What if I just do this? And what if I... Yeah, no, that's fine. File, save as PNG. Alright. Remove this. And that. There we go. There's the icons for the new units. Any idea what I could sub this Luffy with for Dofi? I am using this Luffy just for the captain ability and to get a chain boost or chain multiplication, so that way Sabo's special does a 3-turn chain boundary. That is the only, and I guess the bind reduction, but the bind reduction is handled by Yamato. It's redundant. Oh, I'm using a weird ship. Do I need to change this ship? I guess not really. Why am I using this ship? Free Spirit Slasher, right? Yeah. Super Saiyan 3 Dadan. God, I wish. I'm looking forward to a good Dadan unit. Using Cat Dog, Sabo doesn't reliably let you clear. Feels like 50-50 chance if you'll be able to clear or not. Why 50-50? What are you having trouble with? But yeah, I'm only using Luffy to get that chain multiplication, so that way Sabo's locked as 3 turns. That's really it. Is my Discord lagging or just yours? What do you mean by lagging? Like not loading? I mean, it doesn't look like it's lagging. Check your... I don't know, check your task manager. Every action takes ages? What do you mean by action? I mean, stuff's loading for me, and when I click, like, my emote button, it pops up the emote menu and stuff like that. It looks responsive to me. Sometimes he survives with a sliver of health and then eats you. Oh, your damage is just not enough? editing a comment results in it taking 10 seconds or more to register it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see that. I'm definitely not having that issue. But yeah, this team, you can just use Yamato on this stage instead. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that damage is probably going to carry me for a while. Yeah, it could be that you aren't dealing with the chain attack down properly. Like, I specifically make sure to give myself the 3-turn Sabo buff, so that way the chain attack down doesn't affect me at all. Or it doesn't, yeah, it basically doesn't affect me at all except for the first hit. Like, you might only be getting 1 turn of it, or something. Not sure. You've killed earlier with just an orb boost on CatDog? Yeah. I've got an attack boost, orb boost, affinity boost. The affinity boost is increased slightly. A conditional boost. And then chain boundary. And I think that's it. But that should carry me for at least 30 to 40 nabs. Using Sabo's friend captain on stage 2, shouldn't he take care of the chain down? The chain down is 5 turns. So if you're only getting 1 turn, if you're using Sabo special and you don't have a chain boost active, he only gives you 1 turn of the chain lock. So you need a chain boost somewhere. And you want to use the chain boost and then Sabo special. Dofi doesn't cripple you on turn 2, surprisingly enough. Only 5 turns slot bind for whole crew and 5 turns of defense up. Well, the defense up is probably going to kill you. Do I risk it? I risk it. Give me the bento box. It's low. Oh, and that's not bad. Fuji's and Dofi's defense up can be ignored. Really? Fuji's can too? Because I thought his was 10,000 times. Alright, cool. Thanks, game. $150 base defense times 10,000. So that's like, what, 1.5 million per combo hit? So you gotta be dealing a lot of damage if you're going to power through that, though. Yeah, my team is doing that janky way of getting through it. God, why isn't the new One Piece chapter coming out yet? I need that new One Piece chapter. One Piece has finally caught me again. I thought Wano was pretty meh. I'm gonna be honest. Wano felt like a big tournament arc. Honestly. Two of the big leakers stopped. For unknown reasons. Wano felt like, we're gonna fight this dude, and then we're gonna fight this dude, and then we're gonna fight this dude, and then we're gonna lore drop you. I was like, that's not interesting. The Tobiropo were a stack of Mikado. What is Mikado? Mikado. Former title of Emperors of Japan. Like those sticks that fall? Oh, those. Yeah, I've never called them that. I don't know what I call them in English. They faltered so easily. But like, not just that, but like, it felt like we got no backstory on any of them. Like, I hate to compare, but Wano and Dressrosa were kind of like similar in a sense. And I feel like Dressrosa, the villain, was just, well, so much better thought out. Even Kaido as a villain, like, I didn't sympathize with him. I didn't care about Kaido. I was just like, let's get it over with, right? Like, Kaido was just some dude. All the officers were way stronger and had a lot of success. Not only that, but the officers were interesting. Like, Dellinger had a backstory where he was brought up by Gyola and dressed like a femboy and like was this fighting fishman and stuff like that. Is Shanks Super Swap really 2.75? We don't know anything about Shanks Super Swap. No info about Shanks has come out. Other than the icons that are above me right now. All we know is his typing. We don't even know what classes he is. Kaido's team is a bunch of chunky dinos with a lot of HP. The only person we learned about was Ulti and Page 1 and Who's Who, right? Like, that was really it. We don't know anything about Maria. We don't know anything about Sasaki. I guess Drake, but like, Drake's entire thing was like, he's gonna infiltrate the Beast Pirates, and then when he was found out to be a traitor, he's like, peace, I'm gone. And then we heard nothing about him after the end of Wano. Who's Who, we didn't even learn a lot, just barely his grudge with Luffy. Yeah, somehow he has a grudge with Luffy, which is very childish. You would think he would have a grudge with Shanks. Of the characters to have a grudge with, Luffy is a very weird one to have a grudge with. Because obviously it was Shanks and his crew that Who's Who lost to. So maybe that's a oversight that Oda might readdress later on, and maybe Who's Who will return, but I really don't think he will. Because, let's be honest, Kaido's probably not dead. Kaido and Big Mom are probably not dead. It would be too convenient to kill off two Yonko that quickly. Who's Who got his wrist totally broken by Jinbei. You don't think he'll be able to heal that quickly? Maybe not heal, but I mean, like, Baroque Works went from nothing to rebuilding their entire organization after being defeated. So, and who's to say he can't relearn fighting without his wrist, right? Like, but I can see some of those characters returning. Especially Ulti and Page 1. I feel like those characters might return somehow. But like, Kaido, I don't think we got a flashback on. Finger guns were his second best attack though after his fangs. Yeah, he's never gonna be a threat ever again. But he'll probably show up at some point. It would be too weird to introduce him like that and then just be like, and he's dead. He's never coming back. He'll probably show up with... I mean, knowing him, if Queen survives, he'll probably get prosthetic hands. Because we know Queen can replace any body part with prosthetics. He's like the single worst officer to have in a crew. Yeah, Queen is like... has his own agenda. He does not care. He's like, you do whatever you want. I'm just gonna be here. Like, I'm gonna poison my own allies. Yeah, the only person who was genuinely dedicated to Kaido for being Kaido was King and Jack, I think. Like, everyone else was like, I have some ulterior motives. Or I'm doing this for power. Or something like that. Like, all the Tobi Roppo were like, we're Tobi Roppo because we want to eventually become headliners. Like, no one joined Kaido to be on his side. Or because they believed in his dream. We don't even know what Kaido's dream was. Even Big Mom, we knew what Big Mom's dream was. But we have no clue what Kaido's dream was. Think Apu did? Maybe, but I think Apu was willing to switch sides like 15 times, so... And we never really got closure on Apu's entire thing, or Drake's entire thing. Joined him before he even made that alliance. Yeah, maybe. But still, like, Kaido as a villain... He is... like... He's not even like Hody, because at least Hody, you can see where Hody went wrong. Like, Kaido never had a chance to go wrong, he was just always bad. Like, you never looked at Kaido and said, man, how did this guy turn into this evil person? Kaido just always was evil, as far as we can tell. Hawk can switch, but Apu was a spy all along. Yeah. I mean, that entire alliance was doomed to start. There's a reason why Law was like, an alliance between pirates is always meant to end in betrayal. Kaido doesn't even seem that evil. He's just like a Slayer Door from the Warhammer universe. Just wants glorious death. Yeah, but he was so obsessed with, like, having control of Wano and Onigashima and all this stuff. Like, I feel like they introduced him like that, where he's like, just give me death. Somebody kill me. Like, there needs to be someone strong enough to kill me. And because they showed him with Uroji, and he tried to jump off the Sky Island, and then in Wano, they're just like, yeah, all of that's gone. There's none of that left. And it's like, well, maybe he, like, gave up. Like, he just conceded that Roger was the only person strong enough who could have killed him, and now Roger doesn't exist. Because then, like, why team up with Big Mom, right? Like, he also looked scared when he realized Luffy could hurt him. I mean, yeah. Like, true fear is something you can't, like, that true fear overwhelms everything. So I can see getting scared when you're about to die, but, like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense that Kaido made an alliance with Big Mom. He should have just been like, why do I need your help? Like, I don't need your help. Like, you can be here, I don't care. But I don't need your help. Like, that would have made sense for Kaido. So, like, clearly something along the lines of Kaido's character design changed, and they're like, let's do Kaido this way. Oh. Thank you, cutie tofu. Let me hydrate with actual water and not coffee. By killing Big Mom kid-in-law, made 1,000 kids turn into an orphan. Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't think that Big Mom's dead. Like, they had all those Big Mom pirates on the ship that got knocked into the ocean. Although, most of those people had devil fruits, and they're probably dead. Let's be honest. They never addressed that. They're probably dead. They should have died. Unless they've got a bunch of non-devil fruit people on the ship who are capable of saving everyone. I guess there's a bunch of fishmen on Big Mom's crew as well, so... So... I don't think Big Mom's gonna die. It would be such a weird thing to kill off Big Mom when her family can't see her die. Right? Especially when Big Mom had this opening for a redemption. Like, multiple times during Wano, they're like, Big Mom can be a good person. And she shows compassion for her children. Like, even Big Mom was a better written villain than Kaido. Big Mom got Uno reversed. Yeah. Power of Big Mom Pirates doesn't even come from Big Mom. She's just a disaster, and her children take care of her mess on each other. If they don't bring Big Mom back somehow, which I don't think they will, like, I hope they do, because that ending in Wano felt really cheap. But I don't even need you anymore. I don't need to use that special. I don't care about paralysis. I guess technically I do care about paralysis on just this. But that's fine. Joke's on you, they'll be waiting at the One Piece. When Moscato was killed by Big Mom, they went behind her back and gave him back every second that she stole. It says a lot about the Big Mom pirates. I think if they bring back Big Mom, if Oda brings back Big Mom, in the story, it will be that she survived Wano, but something has happened to her that changed her mentality. Like, either she has become senile or something has changed. Like, and then, like, the Big Mom pirates are just caring for her. Right? Like, she's basically an empty shell or something like that. Or she undergoes some sort of transformation or something. Maybe Oda's tired of drawing Big Mom as an ugly hag, and she'll finally be hot again, or something like that. I don't know. That was a joke. But I feel like Big Mom will be returned in some way or shape or form. She was crazy. She always was crazy, yeah. The reason she was able to build a pirate crew is because of Streusen. Yeah, like, she was manipulated. Ever since she was a child, she was manipulated. She was groomed. Like, that was it. She was groomed from a young age. After seeing how strong she was. Like, that was it. She's like the disaster that Kaido's underlings are supposed to be. Yeah, she causes problems. And then there's that entire bit with... Isn't there something happening with Pudding? I think the cover story showed something happening with Pudding. History. Cover stories. Yeah, Pudding got kidnapped by Blackbeard, which is really weird, because I thought Pudding was basically mostly secret. I thought she was, like, kept pretty close to the chest by Big Mom. Like, she was the sugar, if you will, of Big Mom's crew. But who knows? She allied with Kaido. Next thing you do is see her destroy ulti in page 1. Great ally that murders your officers. Yeah, Kaido really dropped the ball on that one. Just because an enemy pointed their fingers at them and said they were at fault for her being miserable back when she had amnesia. I mean, Big Mom is... part of her character trope is being motherly. Kind of like how Sanji can't hit a woman. Big Mom refuses to fight people, or she will always fight people who hurt who she sees as her children. 2 scenes later, she wanted to kill the kid. Well, it's like her frame of mind. If she believes they're her kid, then she will protect them. But if not, then they're fair game. Imagine how if the end of the Marineford War Imagine how if the End War Marines blackmail Kaido and Big Mom to fight for them. I mean, who's to say they don't find Big Mom and Kaido's bodies and turn them into pacifista? She killed her kid because she wanted sweetness. Well, that was when she was enraged. Like, Big Mom has... let me think of the right term for this, because there are wrong terms for this. Dissociative identity disorder. So, like, when Big Mom is caring for a child, that's a different Big Mom than when she's trying to attack Luffy and all of them. And it's a different Big Mom when she's hungry, right? It's like, different personalities are taking over her. And it's probably a side effect of either her biology or the devil fruit of being able to take people's souls and stuff like that. It would have been a very neat gimmick of her devil fruit to, like, see her take on the personalities of the people whose soul she takes up. That was without a hunger rage, though. She took the life essence of Moscato with no regret. Well, didn't Moscato, in her eyes, betray her? No, Moscato died during one of her rampages. Yeah, no. Yeah, that was during one of her rampages. She didn't recognize him. Yeah, so during her rampage, it's a different personality altogether. Fuck Streusen. Yeah, Streusen's just a bad guy. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, like, even if it is, like, even if she does recognize him as her son, like, it's a different personality. She's like, I don't care if you're my son. I don't care if you tell me that you're my son. So. Katakuri did something at the wedding. She got mad at him because she thought he was telling her what to do or something. Yeah. Yeah, Big Mom definitely has some sort of dissociative identity disorder. Even without a hunger rage, she has no regard for her kid. Yeah, but she didn't take years off of Katakuri's life in that moment. That's just a normal reaction. That's like when Usopp refused to leave the Mary, right? Luffy was like, we're leaving the Mary. The Mary isn't good enough. and Luffy beat his ass. It's not that Luffy didn't see Usopp as a crewmate, it's that Usopp was out of line. He made it clear he didn't mean to tell her what to do right after she was gonna go AWOL. Yeah, exactly. Katakuri almost stepped out of line and she got pissed. That's pretty normal. Like, that's... for a family structure that is supposedly... like, also, I wouldn't be surprised if Big Mom just has anger issues in the first place. Like, I would not be surprised. But she definitely has a path to redemption, but he's their #1 officer. Well, he's in the Sweet 3, but Perospero is second in line. Perospero is the second in line. Katakuri is probably their strongest fighter. Surely clothes, she disregards her children completely. I mean, I wouldn't say that's complete disregard. Because if it was complete disregard, then it would have been the moment Katakuri stepped out of line even an inch, like 40 years off his life. Boom, done. Like, she still wants a family, and to have a family, you need a familial relationship. Otherwise, then it's not a family. She still cares about them. It's like that in real life. Your parents can get pissed at you, and they will yell at you if you step out of line. But that doesn't mean they're not your parents and they don't care about you. Like, it's not black and white. Perospero as well got told that even though he lies to her, she'll murder him. It's not even he is safe from her. Yeah. I mean, how else are you supposed to rule? Does Katakuri hate Big Mom? He might hold resentment for her. Because Katakuri loves his sisters and brothers more than he is loyal to Big Mom. I would agree there. That the Big Mom children care for each other more than they are loyal to Big Mom. Test. Oh. Closed captioning crashed. There we go. Yeah. I would not be surprised if the kids' loyalty is to their siblings and not to Big Mom. Which is why I think Big Mom will come back, because, like, the Big Mom Pirates aren't the Big Mom Pirates without Big Mom. And that she'll just become a figurehead. Or something like that. The fishwoman child immediately abandoned her with the fishman husband. Yeah. But a lot of Big Mom's kids defected. Lola defected, Chiffon defected, Praline defected, Pudding defected. So, yeah, I don't think Katakuri hates Big Mom. I just don't think I think he loves his siblings more than he hates Big Mom. Or more than he likes Big Mom. He's definitely... Big Mom's not his favorite person. Yeah, like, once Pudding gets a chance to run away with Sanji, you know she will. Like, absolutely. Pudding is head over heels for Sanji. But she knows that she needs to take care of like, everything at home. Because she doesn't want what happened to Lola to happen again, right? I'm pretty sure even Pudding tried to beg Big Mom to forgive Lola. Also, Big Mom didn't kill Lola. Like, that's another big thing, that Big Mom isn't heartless. She doesn't have disregard for her kids. Some of her kids she will just kill, sure. But didn't she just banish Lola? Yeah, she just left. And Big Mom was like, fine, she's gone. Pudding is pretty crazy herself. She's one of the few bipolar characters in One Piece. I mean, Pudding has dissociative identity disorder. To that extent. Does bipolar count as dissociative identity? Bipolar is bipolar DID. Bipolar disorder, DID is a dissociative disorder attributed to environmental causes. Okay. I think Big Mom has DID. Pudding definitely has bipolar disorder. I don't know if she has DID. Pudding definitely could have DID. Why is it not capitalizing DID? Oh well. Sanji didn't say beautiful to her eye, she would have killed him. I mean, Pudding would have killed him and then she would have changed. She would have been a completely different character. But that's the same thing as Katakuri, right? Katakuri was embarrassed about his teeth his entire life. Like, all the Big Mom pirates, like, that's the thing about Big Mom, is that she specifically goes and finds species to create children with, to accent their features that make them different. And by doing that, they feel outcast, because Pudding is the only one with an extra eye. Katakuri is the only one with the crazy teeth. Whatever one is the only one with 3 elbows or whatever, right? Like, they all feel like outcasts in their own group of outcasts. So that is part of the like flaw of Big Mom's crew, is that like she has created all these people with all these complex social issues that she hasn't bothered to try to address. Oh, the new chapter is out? Nice. Foundation Neomads. They really like the term Neo. I hope the official release calls it something else, because Germa 66 being associated with something called Neo is not a great look. I'm gonna be honest. Feels like Big Mom shouldn't be called an emperor, even though she's so erratic. She can't even plan simple things. she's called an emperor purely by strength and scale, right? She had a dominion over Fishman Island and a bunch of other territories, and she has a crew of hundreds upon hundreds of people who are, as far as the Marines know, loyal to only her, right? If they knew that her kids were willing to throw her under the bus, like, who knows, right, what would have happened. But, like, we've seen Big Mom couldn't win a 1v, like, Big Mom got smacked by Monster Chopper, right? She's scary, but her true strength is in, like, her family. It's like in the same way that Luffy on his own would never become an emperor without his crew. Shanks on his own would never become an emperor without his crew. Blackbeard on his own became an emperor regardless of his crew. Like, Blackbeard was like, oh, this is my crew and I'm just gonna keep adding people, but like, I did this. Like, I make this all happen. Like, I'm the mastermind. I'm the one who took Whitebeard's fruit. I'm the one who killed Thatch and turned over Ace to the Marines and all this other stuff, right? Even Kaido, like, Kaido is an emperor because of who he is. Like, Kaido's not an emperor because, oh, Queen is so strong and King is so strong and all these, like, and he has such dominion over other parts of the world. Like, most of Kaido's operations were black market and they weren't public. Like, no one knew about it. It was through Doflamingo. Like, Kaido was an emperor because of who he was and how strong he was. Her having the say makes the crew totally useless. Yeah, it's like being run by a child. Like, that's how Big Mom acts a lot of the time. She acts like a child. She wants to have the big playset with all the toys in it. She's a breeding hen. I don't know if I'd call her a breeding hen. She's more like a queen bee. Or queen ant kind of thing. She would be more powerful as just the figurehead kind of stuff. Oh man, Buster Call V3. Let's go. Disappointing that in the Wano arc there's only Big Mom and Perospero. Yeah, I think you can really tell that they were trying to pick up the pace of Wano when Marco just came over and said, I'm gonna flip over your ship into the ocean. And that was it. Like, Marco just showed up, flipped their ship, and then was like, alright, bye-bye. And then only Perispero survived. Although, I guess if we're talking about loyalty, Perispero is the only Big Mom pirate who's more loyal to Big Mom than to the other ones. And that might be because he has ulterior, like, instruction. Like, he's working for Strusen more than for Big Mom or something like that, because who knows, maybe it's go right. Like, it could be that his loyalty is actually to, like, Strusen or something like that, and not to Big Mom, but who knows. Why does everyone hate Strusen? Because he's creepy and he probably groomed Big Mom as a child. Is this correct? Screenshots. This seems to be correct. Let's open up the treasure map planner so I know what this fight does. Yeah, stage 4 is use Ezo, and that's it. And then stage 5 is use everything else. Although I think I use Ezo and Luffy and Sabo. Yeah. Ezo, Luffy, Sabo. I have to use Sabo. Anyways. Jeez, somebody pulled a lot. Rainbow Sabo. Wow. Without him, Big Mom would probably have just starved to death. Either starved to death or might have chosen a different path. Maybe not become a pirate. Right? Or become a pirate along a different alignment, right? Maybe would have been friendlier with Roger. Who knows? Or would have made her way back to the Giants or something. Sabo doesn't proc your super type. That's right. Ah, that's annoying. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have a block orb on you. I don't know if I'll be able to get rid of that block orb. It's definitely him that made her a pirate. Yeah. Big Mom is cannabis. What? I can't change anything Oh, cannibal. Cannibal. Yeah. Cannabis is marijuana. Cannibal is humans that eat humans. Yeah, I don't have a way to get rid of that. Oh well. Yeah, cannibal. Plan for her from her mother was to sell her to the Marines after all. And yeah. Can't remember the words that long. That's fine. This. Or boost. Type boost. Man, if only there was a way I could defense reduce through immunity. That would have been cool. Oh. You change block orbs and your own orb? I forgot about that. Okay, that works out. Oh, and I could have used you on the last stage, because you have double special. Okay. No! I don't have 3 Dex orbs. I don't have 3 Dex orbs. Okay, 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 okay. Wonder if Capone will become the future emperor when things progress more in place of Big Mom, who set up the whole father thing and him being in a huge castle. I don't think... I don't think there's gonna be that much time between now and the end of One Piece in terms of like actual time passing. Like, it's probably gonna take place within the next like 2-3 months of in-universe time. Also, I don't know how well known it is that Capone was associated with Big Mom. It doesn't seem like Capone is really making that big of a name for himself in the same way that Kid and Law are. Right? Don't think One Piece will end when they find the One Piece. Oh no, definitely not. But I don't think there's much time in that period. Because, like, Dressrosa to Wano is, like, less than a month. Or 1 month, basically. So, I don't think it will be more than, like, 2 or 3 months in world time. I had just gotten rid of the paralysis. What is your final tap? Base stats? Do you get a matching orb? Probably if you were leveled up more. You don't reduce paralysis. You reduce paralysis, but... you get rid of your Dex orb, because you're a jerk. I can't believe I didn't think of this. I can't believe it. Can't believe I've done this. Brooke. Is Brooke about to be my saving grace? Why is this not loading? Why is the database slow today? They can always do another time skip, like the 2-year skip after they find the One Piece and have totally different setup of Emperors. I think after the main... I don't think they're going to do another time skip. I think finding the One Piece will lead into the final battle. And the final battle will probably take a couple years in terms of written out in the manga, but when you reach the final stage, switches orbs between slots 2 times. That wouldn't work. Do y'all know why Beige betrayed Big Mom? Capone had no alliance to Big Mom. Like, he doesn't care. What's the point of shuffling the Yonko? Yeah, I feel like once One Piece gets close to the end, the Marines are gonna be like, there's no point. Like, these titles of Yonko and Shichibukai, like, already Shichibukai has no meaning, but Yonko is gonna start to have no meaning because, like, Blackbeard's either gonna be defeated or dead. Shanks is probably going to retire somehow, and Luffy's gonna be the only one left. And then Buggy will be there. I am trying to salvage this as much as possible. I don't think I can salvage this run. Buggy's an annoying meme. I don't think he's annoying. I definitely think he's a fun character that they are able to lean on all the time, though. Buggy could be powerful if he wasn't so lazy. He's not lazy, he's just a coward. Annoying character? Yeah, I don't think he's annoying. Imagine him splitting at the level of atoms. But would he be able to put himself back together again? Yeah, I don't know if I can salvage this. I don't think I can salvage this. Like, your special might as well do nothing. And then you're gonna not give me a Dex Orb, so I don't want to use you. God. Just get lucky with Sabo. That's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna just have to hope for luck. Muggy Bomb is broken. True. Alright. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Maybe I could have stalled a turn. What do you do now? Yeah, I have no way of dealing with that anyways. But I probably could damage through it. Holy heck. Alright, I can damage through it. Holy heck. Nice. That % damage reduction is basically nothing. Alright. Okay, that works. That's surprisingly easy. That is really surprisingly easy. Why is that so surprisingly easy? Huh. Alright, well I need to fix that team. Somehow. Do I want to play around with stalling a turn? Because then I don't need to deal with barrier. But then I have to take one hit. And the hit's probably going to kill me eventually. So probably not. Damn it. That would have been a really funny way of dealing with that. Oh well. Yeah, I don't think I can rely on taking the hit. Because eventually it's going to kill me. Alright. Let me work on fixing that team. So I either need to ignore the defense up, which honestly, yeah, I could probably just ignore the defense up completely and replace Tashigi with someone who gets rid of barrier, which would be Shang-Tzu. Which I know, because it's hard to find. Is there really... Man. Wano Luffy would defeat Buggy easily? Are you sure about that? There's a famous quote from a very good comic artist and writer that says, anyone can beat anyone as long as it's in the writer's best interest. If Oda really wants to, he could easily make it so that way Buggy beats Luffy. And it would make sense, and everyone would have to deal with it. Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo. Damage dealing, health cutting special. Well, can't do that. I'm using Dogstorm. Ooh. Off by 1, but maybe I'll get it on this. Because it's move -2. Nope. Okay, cool. Great. Thanks. Did I say a joke too? That wasn't a joke. I don't think I said a joke. Though sometimes I am funny without trying. Because Fujitora doesn't find me. So if I could... I could use somebody who fulfills Luffy's super type. Who fulfills Luffy's super type? Straw Hats, Law, Kid, Yamato, Momonosuke. Okay. Straw Hats, Kid, Law, Momonosuke. And then I wouldn't need Uta. It's like Shaggy meme. This one is 1 turn, Nico, Robin, and Kinemon. Makino, only support strength, free spirit, which I'm not using. Brook. Sanji, Nami, Chopper, which I'm not using. That would give me 2 turns. And I don't have a high boosted Sanji. The highest boosted unit, because I don't own the New Year Nami or Robin, be a 1.2x. I mean, even if I own the Nami or Robin, it would be a 1.2x. So yeah, I think the easiest thing is to just get rid of the barrier and power through the increased defense. I don't think there's really a way to get rid of the increased defense, I'm gonna be honest. Like, there is no clean way of doing it. Can I get a chain boost? Somehow? Oh, put Uta on Shanks. And then I don't need to use Luffy's special. Actually, no, Shanks doesn't activate Luffy's thing. But then I could use Shanks turn 2, or stage 2 and stage 3. That would deal with that. I would get chain boost. And then Luffy, I can wait until the final stage. And I can still only get I can only get 4 turns off the increased defense. Can't get more than 4 turns off increased defense. But that would deal with it, and it would be the same amount of points boost. I have so many gems saved up if I skip everything since July. Yeah. My goal was, as a meme, just like around 5,000, 4,950 to be exact. Because that's how many gems I got from Gem Valley, that glitch that I never used. So I was like, you know what? It would be nice to be at that many gems again, just for fun. I'm pretty sure I could just use Roger captains for this, because Roger's super type. Crewmate reverse 2 turns. Yeah, I think I can just use Roger captain for this. I don't know why I'm using Koala. And then what? You need... because this is cruise charge by 1 turn. Yeah. Odin, Rayleigh, Gaban, Whitebeard, Crocus, Shanks Buggy, Dogswarm, Cat Viper Race. Doesn't include Ezo. Guess I'm not using this Odin. Wait. Oh, my team is different. Well, I can just throw Odin back on this team then. 'Cause I used to have Odin on this team. And now I don't. Okay. Pull on Japan Anniversary? Maybe, if it's good. Because even if the characters are good, if the Sugo Fest itself isn't good, it'll be pretty pressed to actually pull. Yeah, I still need an orb boost. Roger gives me attack and affinity. But we still don't know what we're getting for Japan Anniversary, because the timing for it is just really weird. It's like Japan Anniversary would be May, which is in 2-ish months. Yeah, 2-ish months. Starts end of May, around there. And then if you look at what the anime is, which is generally what our big events are centered around, you'll either get Zoro and Sanji's big fights like in April, so they would be before Anniversary, and then the next big fights after that would be in like July. So like it's really bad timing for like anything good. So either we get Zoro and Sanji after they show up in the anime for a month already, or we get something spoiler, or we get something completely unrelated, right? Like it could be Impel Down or Alabasta or something like that, who knows. Why does this fight HP cut us? Waiting for Luffy? I'm not waiting. Because, I mean, they could release that Luffy, and then they'll release a Luffy the next year that will be just as good as or better, even if it's not the same form of Luffy. So I don't really care one way or the other, whether it's not that Luffy. And the way OPTC works is they're going to make a legend and it will be good for 2 months, and then they move on to whatever's next. They can always do Jack, King, Queen. Yeah, what I'm expecting is maybe like if they do the Zoro and Sanji fights, they might do Jack, King, and Queen from their fights and then save a Zoro and Sanji for anniversary. But I'd really like them to do Zoro versus King, like a versus legend, and then Sanji versus Queen. Like, just do 2 versus legends in a batch, like back to back. I think they could pull it off. I don't see why not. Oh, hey, Leo is there as a secret stage. Cool. I love how secret stages in Treasure Map are completely useless now. They used to give you, like, rainbow orbs or an attack boost or something like that. And now they just give you cooldown charge, which is mostly useless because you always expect it to be cooldown charge. Give us back the scaling Whitebeard that you had to beat, or else you die and you lose. Oh, good times. Good times. I mean, you'd think that with how they make content now, scaling Whitebeard would have come back by now. Because it kind of matches the design philosophy that Bandai has right now for Treasure Map content, of making it so incredibly difficult that you have to pull for the new batch. Like, that makes sense in today's Treasure Map. Alvida's final hit is so slow. It feels like it slows down right before. Like, it really lingers. Treasure Map itself is pure cancer. It is such a good idea. But the execution is not good. So much of OPTC is grind. And they just need to tweak little things. Like, the map bosses. There should be, like... You could have a mini game to beat the on-map bosses. And I think I'd be okay with that. Like, spam tap a bunch of times to beat the on-map bosses. Like, I think that would actually be pretty funny. Grand Party is nice. Grand Party is also one of those neat in concept, bad in execution kind of things. Because the artificial difficulty of hiding enemy teams near the end, hiding the team, the combat power, the, like, everything, is not interesting. Like, Rumble is built so that way you look at it and say, this is a strength team, let me build a quick team. This is a cerebral team, let me build a free spirit team. I think free spirit is the one that counters cerebral. I forget. But then they remove that and it's like, it's not really hidden. It's actually not hidden, really. It's a mind game. You see the leader. Yeah, but sometimes you don't see the leader. All 3 teams are only hidden at the 15th. Well, if the leader's in the first team, then that doesn't matter until the 15th. Because then there's always going to be one team that you have no clue what it is, or 2 teams that you have no clue what it is. You always see the leader. It's still artificial difficulty. You know what colors he buffs? Most people do not run 3 teams that are buffed by their leaders. Most people run maybe 2. or accidentally buffed by the leaders. Doing 3 teams that is buffed by your leader is pretty rare. So only by guessing is in which the team is... Yeah, you have to guess. That's what I mean by artificial difficulty, is you're guessing. That is artificial difficulty, in a nutshell. Is you're making it feel harder, but in actuality, it's just... You're removing the elements of choice. Your experience, the leader has been reliable. I've had multiple cases of, man, if I fight this again and just change my order, I will win. Plenty of times. And it was just a matter of, whoops, I should have done this team first, I guess. There was no way of me knowing that this team was, this team was strength and this team was quick. I think there's ways they can make hiding parts of the team fair. Like, if they want to hide, like, the first 2 or 3 characters on a team, I would say that's fair. But hiding the whole team is a bit excessive. I also don't like that if you lose to the team and you're out of refreshes, you can't refresh anymore. Like, you just don't get to refresh. So you can just get to the point where it's like, well, I either have to pull for new units, create a whole new team, or I just lose against the teams that are here. Because I can't beat them right now. Like, that's another issue with Grand Party as it is. I should be using Friend Captain, so that way I don't, although I don't think it matters. Like, you can do well if you play the game well, but there's no ranking, it's free rewards. You use the strategy of reducing your combat often. You often only have to actually beat a single enemy team, since the enemy will have 2 full teams. Or 3 teams if they use all weaker than you. Or if he has 3 teams, they'll all be weaker if you run with 2 teams. Yeah, but they're getting rid of that strat. They're trying their best to remove that strat. They claim they did. Yeah, and then next month it's gonna get worse. It still worked out like a charm. It didn't work the same way. You couldn't use a 1-1-1 team. People were using 1-1-1 teams and getting 15 wins. It did. I mean, it worked to an extent. It worked better. But it still pushes you to not do that. You still have to slowly adapt your team over time and try to increase your combat power slowly. They're too lazy to fix it? I mean, obviously they aren't. They changed it last month for that one. If they still think it's a problem, they're going to keep changing it. Just like how they changed treasure map every month. Like, for that span of 5 months. They're like, treasure map has changed again. Now there's this. And then treasure map has changed again. Now there's this. You got 15 wins last Grand Party. This Grand Party got 14. That's good. But they're probably going to change the algorithm again. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Because they don't want people with low combat power winning 15 wins. That's not how they want people to win. Had the same problem I mentioned for the last game. Thought their third team was red, but it happened to be Dex, so your quick team got murdered. Exactly. Like, if they wanted to make it so that way, like, progressively, like, each win means that, like, or every other win, like, one character gets hidden from your team, rather than when you get to a certain point, the entire team is hidden. It's like, oh, at 2 wins, maybe the first character of Team 1 gets hidden, and then at 3 wins, the second character, or the first character of Team 2 gets hidden, and something like that. Or in such a way that, like, you can see some of the team and have an idea of, like, oh, it could be this team. It could be this team. Let me try to build around what I think the team could be. That's at least better than, who knows? It could be something good. It could be just a filler team, an auto-build team. You'll never know. So, there's ways to approach Grand Party that would make it feel a lot more interesting for everyone. But hiding the teams is unfun. Because it makes... At one point, you're literally just going like, alright, I don't know what I'm doing. So just fight anyone. Don't care. Because some grand parties are just going to be, well, this guy has Roger, this guy has Roger, and this guy has Roger as leader. And then at that point, it's like, well, then what do you do? So... it's doable if you have experience and use your brain and you have a good box. Like, the ideal is having some unevolved legends with good Grand Party stats, etc., etc. Hate Roger in Grand Party and OPTC in general. I mean, in PvE, he's fine. Even in PvP, he's not that bad to go against. Shouldn't be in the game. He's a historic character. He was shown in a flashback. I think that's their argument for including him. But especially as, like, if you had asked people 10 years ago, do you think Roger will show up in OPTC? Although OPTC wasn't a thing 10 years ago. People would have been like, no, because he doesn't show up in the anime. But then he did. So now we're like, well, yeah, sure, why not? His Grand Party leader skill was too strong. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when Bandai puts Psy Slasher Free Spirit as one of the most overused combinations of type and class for a good amount of time. Although I don't think he boosts Free Spirit, but he does boost Psy and Slasher. Right? He's a bland Mary Sue character. Yeah, we haven't really understood a lot about Roger other than the fact that, like, people just admire him. So, same with Odin. I don't like Yamato. I feel like Odin was fine, but I feel like Yamato was thrown in there just to be, like, waifu bait. Because, like, the way they were hyping up Odin, I was like, oh, they reanimated Odin's dead body. Like, that's what they did to Odin. Obviously, that must have been what they did to Odin. Because you don't see Odin's death. Like, you see his grave, but you never see his dead body. And then they showed the flashback where they shot Odin. I was like, oh, maybe he's a zombie. Because Moria had a relationship with Kaido. So maybe Hogback had a relationship with Kaido or something like that. But whatever. And then they bring out Yamato. I'm like, okay, Maybe this is something still along those lines, and it's just like, no, it's just someone who admires Odin and wants to be Odin. And it's like, oh, that's kind of boring. And then everyone's like, Yamato's Odin. And no one's like, that's kind of unhealthy. And no one's telling Yamato that it's unhealthy. And no one's trying to help Yamato in any way. They're just like, yeah, Yamato, be Odin. Why not? Like, it completely diminishes Yamato's personality and individuality, because now they're going to be boiled down to, well, they're Odin, so they're going to act like this. And I don't... Like, I feel like there should have been a point in which, in Wano, at some point, where, like, Nami or Robin would have come up to Yamato and been like, you can just be Yamato. You don't need to be Odin. Like... Because Yamato clearly doesn't like being Kaido's son or daughter, or however you want to call it. And that's why they aspire to be Odin, because they're like, I want to be someone that people look up to. So, like, it would make sense if somewhere along the line somebody was like, hey, you can just be yourself. You don't have to let who your parents are define you. Like, that should have been a moment with Ace. That actually would have made more sense. If Ace knew that Roger was his dad, and he went to Yamato and he's like, hey, Roger was my dad, and I don't let that define me. So don't let Odin, or don't let Kaido being your dad define you. And then Yamato would have been like, oh my god, I've been trying to be Odin my whole life. Why didn't I just try to be Yamato? Because Yamato's the definition of imposter syndrome. You could have played with that idea a little bit more. But yeah. Sadly, Yamato will probably become one of the Straw Hat crew. Hey, until she's officially a member, I still don't think she will be one. Because Odin didn't sail just because he felt like it. Odin set sail because he had a dream, and Yamato's current dream is to be Odin. And Odin, at the end of his diary, was like, I am now protecting Wano. So if Yamato wants to be Odin, then Yamato should stay in Wano. Like, that was Odin's purpose. He decided he wanted to stay in Wano, or come back and stay in Wano. So right, I am swapping here. Yeah, okay. Swap that. Yamato says, I want to see the world, I want to be free. Obviously, Momo will reign over Wano, not Yamato. Yeah, but Momo's a child. And Momo doesn't know how governing works. So, he kind of needs all the help he can get. And Wano's a big place. It'll take a lot more than only Momo and the Scabbards to protect Wano, especially if they open the borders. It doesn't matter, he's just a figurehead. Yeah, but if they open the borders, they're opening themselves up to pirates, raiders, bandits, the Marines, the world government, and they still need to be able to protect themselves. And if Momo can't protect everyone, then it would either be the Scabbards or the people of Wano, which would include Yamato. So Momo has to make sure that Wano stays strong enough to defend. Has his retainers. There's like 5 of them. There's more, like, if the Marines wanted to take over Wano, they could. Like, a full-scale invasion of Wano would easily happen if Wano opened their borders. What do they do regarding King and Queen? Are they still there? I think they captured them. Because Wano has a prison, right? They probably captured them and put them in prison. Because, yeah, they didn't turn them over to the Marines. Because the Marines have no jurisdiction in Wano. Wano is not part of the world government or anything like that. There's weaker countries that don't get invaded by the Navy, but those weaker countries don't have the resources that Wano does. Wano is a rich nation. That's why Kaido was abusing Wano for that long. Look at all the countries that hire Germa. Well, that's also because they don't want to be part of the world government in that sense. Politics are very complicated. It's not just if you're weaker, you'll get taken over. The world government has interest in Wano. That's why Drake is there. It's only a few weapons factory with slaves. Yeah, but the Marines need weapons factories. That's like the one thing that they're low on, is weapons factories. Where's this orb boost coming from? I have no clue where this orb boost is coming from. Oh well. Entirely forgetting the Kozuki history. What am I forgetting? If Momo gets to reign, they'll be gone. Yeah, that's why the Marines want Wano before it gets reclaimed by the Kozukis. Boost comes from hitting 2 perfects with furries. No, I use Yamato before I use furries. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I have Yamato's boost here. Unless it's stacks. Reroll, Striker, Powerhouse. Yeah, I don't know. Yamato has the other buff. Oh, is she after 1 turn? Oh. That would do it. I thought she was 2 perfect hits. But yes, go on about Kozuki history. As I watch her read the new chapter. I am multitasking all definitions of the word. Oh. Yes, that Wano has more to offer. Oh yeah. Yeah. The lore drop. The post-Kaido fight lore drop. Oh, this new chapter might be... Oh man, I hope Sanji gets the power-up I'm thinking of in this new chapter. Well, not really a power-up. I hope he shows off some moves. Because Sanji hasn't shown off anything from the training that he's done with Ivankov. Like, nothing. He hasn't shown anything of that. No Okama-based stuff. But if Sanji shows off some Okama stuff, that'd be so good. God, I want to see Okama-based fighting from Sanji. Didn't he basically run away so he was able to fly? Yeah, but he also learned a bunch of... I mean, that was the first part of his training. Learning to skywalk and all that. But he also learned, like, cooking techniques and fighting techniques. He spent 2 years there. I don't think he spent 2 years just running. If he spent 2 years just running, he would have those, like, freaking Tour de France cyclist legs, where it just looks like extremely jacked, like calf muscles. Nice. Another stamina refill. Jesus. I think I've gotten a stamina refill on all but one run. Stamina is nuts then. I mean, yeah, that alone. Just running constantly until you, through survival instinct alone, learned how to run on air is kind of nuts in the real world if you try to think about it. But yeah, long story short, if Yamato leaves Wano, the Marines are going to take it over pretty easily. Because even if Momonosuke is able to become a big dragon like Kaido does, they know he's not Kaido. And they'll probably figure out that he's basically a child. In fact, they probably already know that he's basically a child. So I don't think he'll last all that long. I don't think Yamato would be a good deterrent for the Marines, though. Not a deterrent, but she would beat a lot of them. I mean, their chances are better with Yamato than without. And I think it would be a pretty big oversight if Oda was just like, yeah, Yamato just leaves, and Wano doesn't get attacked, and they're perfectly fine. Like, that would just be convenient writing. And I would be kind of upset with that if Oda decided to go that route. Yeah, Yamato could probably 1v1. Yamato could probably stand her ground against an admiral enough to make them reconsider fighting. Like, I don't think Yamato would beat an admiral. I think an admiral would be like, alright, these guys aren't pushovers. Let me rethink my strategy. And then maybe they would leave and maybe they would come back and try again. Like, who knows, right? Because they wouldn't send a full army on the first try. They would send, like, maybe some vice admirals. And then if that failed, then they would probably send an admiral or two. But yeah, Vice Admiral Yamato would easily take care of. Yamato versus Garp ends in Yamato and Garp talking about Ace. And Garp would be like, man, I miss Ace. And Yamato would be like, you knew Ace? Whoa. Isn't Wano easily defendable? Not if they open the borders. That's the whole point of opening the borders. Even with them opening up, it would be just as defensible. Just have Marco guard the waterfall. No, opening the borders means tearing down those giant walls. The whole point of the waterfall is that it means that no one can go up it unless they have a special ship. Which is why only a few people were able to go up it. It's not that they have border patrol keeping people out. They would have to tear down the walls, and then anyone could get in. They can provide the means to go up the waterfall. I don't know if they can do that. I don't think they can, because in order to get to Fishman, Shabudi exists. And there are shops in Shabudi that would prepare your ship to go to Fishman Island. I don't think there's any nearby islands to Wano that would be able to be like, alright, we're going to prep your ship to go to Wano. I think Wano's pretty isolated in that sense. It's like a controlled gate then. Tearing down the walls would be insane. There's no middle ground. They're giant walls. You need to completely tear them down in order to open up Wano. You need something to pull you up the waterfall like how Big Mom tried to. Yeah, I don't know what those were. Were those like candy slugs or whatever? Or like seahorses? What were they getting pulled by? Perospero was getting pulled by some candy slug thing. Which I don't know how that didn't dissolve, but I won't question it. I think it was just some big fish. Yeah. But they had those big fish from all the way in Whole Cake. And they brought them the entire way. So there'd have to be some intermediate island nearby Wano where people go to and be like, here's a fish you can rent to go swim up the waterfall. And I don't think there is any islands nearby Wano that they could do that. That's what I'm saying. They can easily provide the fish, but how? There's no infrastructure outside of Wano for people to go up. They would have to have ships. They would have to put ships outside Wano to do that. Like, they would have to build a floating city outside of Wano, essentially, in order to do that. And then that would have to be defendable. Because that would be an extension of Wano, and if people wanted to attack Wano, they would attack that first. And then it's like, alright, no one can go in or out of Wano. It's more effort than tearing down all the walls. It's not more effort. It's not about the effort, it's about the principle. The tearing down the walls of Wano is because it was a faux pas to leave Wano at all. They don't want people to have to need permission to go in and out of Wano. That wasn't Odin's dream. Odin wanted anyone to be able to come and go to Wano as they pleased. Tearing down the walls is the only way of doing that. Like, making it a system like the knock-up stream or bubble coating or something like that still creates a barrier to entry. Sounds foolish if they did that. If they knock down the walls, I mean, that's what they want to do. That's what Odin wanted to do. Having a natural wall is such an asset. Yeah, but it also destroyed a lot of Wano when they put up the wall. Because I don't think the wall is natural. Or something about that wall wasn't natural. Something like that. Rome was open, but then they had a huge wall protecting them. The wall was man-made. Yeah, I didn't think the wall was natural. I'm pretty sure the wall was erected at some point. Either by a shogun or a daimyo or something like that. Yeah. Like, it's not a diplomatic opening up, because they don't want, like, how many people have gone to Wano? Why didn't Odin do it? He was the literal shogun. He was a daimyo. He wasn't a shogun. He didn't have control over everything in Wano. Maybe he was a shogun for a short period of time. But also, he couldn't do it because Wano wasn't ready for it. Like, you can't just open up the borders and expect things to work out fine, because Wano was weakened at that point. It was under the influence of Kaido. Right? Like, the people were weak. It wasn't easily defendable. It's the same reason why, like, Yamato can't really leave Wano. Like, Wano is weak. Wano isn't a strong country right now. It has a lot of value to it, and a lot of people want it. There's probably going to be some time in the future that Wano will be able to be opened. Who knows if it will be during the time period of One Piece, the manga. They'll be fucked if they open up, yeah. That's why Yamato's not gonna leave. It would be dumb if Yamato left and joined the Straw Hats. Yamato would just be abandoning the dream that Odin had. Like, that's another thing that people misunderstand about Odin's dream. Odin's dream isn't to travel the world and to be a pirate and stuff like that. Odin's dream was to unite and open Wano. Even Akainu was scared of setting foot onto Wano because he didn't know how strong the samurai were. Well, he also... getting into Wano is dangerous. I mean, Marco could kick your boat and you'd be lost in the ocean. And if Akainu got soaked in water, he's probably screwed. Like, he's probably dead. So imagine Akainu on a marine ship trying to go up that waterfall, and Marco just kicks his ship. Like, of course you wouldn't want to go to Wano if the only way up is a waterfall, and then if you survive the waterfall, you have to deal with samurai. He didn't want to set foot in Wano because he didn't know how strong the samurai were. Well, there's the story of Odin, who's the strongest, and then Wano doesn't talk to anyone. There was no news coming in or out of Wano other than what Kaido lets out. And that was the only news coming in and out of Wano. So Akainu had no idea what's in Wano. He wasn't sure what could be in Wano. All they know is that there's a waterfall going up it, because X-Drake made it in. Like, X-Drake knew what was happening in Wano. And Akainu probably only knew about what happened in, like, Roger's time, when Wano wasn't ruled by Kaido. But I don't think Akainu would have been scared of powerful samurai. I think he probably would have been scared more of Kaido. and the trip there. Because it's basically Uncharted. He never was afraid of Wano. I can see him being cautious. There was no manpower to allocate. Yeah, now that makes more sense. Why send people to go to Wano when A, you have a man on the inside, and B, it's basically Uncharted. Like, you don't know what's happening. He talked about Wano being dangerous because of samurai. I don't know if he's... I mean, here's the easy way to test. Not Anakin. Kainu. Ah, yes, Anakin from One Piece. Reverie. After the Marines intercepted a communication between Big Mom and Kaido, Borsellino asked if he should go handle it. Sakazuki told him to wait because they did not know the strength of Wano country's forces. Yeah, that means Kaido. That does not mean the samurai. That just means Kaido. Chapter 907. Specifically said, well, I mean, I can look at the chapter specifically. No, that's Borsellino saying samurai. That's not Akainu saying samurai, that's Kizaru saying it. The speech bubble isn't pointing at Akainu. It's pointing at Borsellino. There's an unknown military force. And this was before a lot of the plans for... Yeah, this was before a lot of the organization of the samurai and Luffy and stuff like that. So yeah, that's before Luffy even got there, right? When did Luffy show up in Wano? What chapter? Wano. $9.10. Yeah. So yeah. That's before Luffy and all of them even started gathering forces in Wano. So it's definitely not... And at a time when we're too busy to do anything else. Yeah, that too. Because that is literally when... Like, this was after somebody told him that another princess got kidnapped by pirates. Like, he was told, oh, a princess got kidnapped by pirates, there's something going on in Reverie, and Big Mom and Kaido are talking together. And he's like, hold on a second, what the hell is going on? Hold on. So yeah, he was spread too thin. The Marines were spread too... The Marines have been spread thin ever since post-time skip. Like, the Marines haven't had a strong presence anywhere. Reverie, Shichibukai being abolished. Well, this is before the Shichibukai being abolished. They hadn't... Or maybe they had voted on it at that point. But yeah. Marines being sent to every location to kidnap the Shichibukai, Wano, Big Mom and Kaido, and a bunch of people getting kidnapped. And in like a couple days, the death of Cobra. Eric Dolo, thanks for the 27-month resub. And welcome back to your orbit in the solar system. I am winning. Despite my rank and what it shows, I am number one. Number one OPTC player. How you doing, Eric Dolo? We're currently on a One Piece rant. No announcement? What do you mean no announcement? Like voice to text? I don't know why the voice to text didn't work. Let me see if I can stream elements. Maybe it got disabled when I switched some things around. $9.57 when the quote of being busy was used. They also talked about how Fuji must have been happy about the system being abolished. Oh yeah, Fuji hated the Shichibukai system because he hated Dofi. And he specifically clashed with Akainu about that. I think it's this one that I've been using. Settings, subscriber, text to speech, on. Man, I should listen to some of these voices and choose a funny voice. And choose a Welsh person? Oh, Matthew. Alright. I didn't hear him. That's weird. Hold on. Also, that should probably be nudged up a little bit. Yeah, I definitely don't hear that. I have it enabled. Oh, wait. This is different. Wait a second. Hold on. Yeah, I think they were working on getting properties. Copy URL. Paste. Okay. Oh. Is it because it has a variation? It is because there's a variation. Oh. Oh, I can have different voices? Let's go back to Welsh. I want to hear the Welsh person. Wait, there's less Welsh people here. What happened to... Oh, he's not Welsh? Oh well. I'll pick that Welsh guy. Save variation. There we go. Enable text-to-speech. Oh, text-to-speech volume. Let me make it like 15%. That's gonna be loud as hell. Welsh. I want to hear this Welsh man. It's gonna sound weird as hell, but... yeah, let's make that much quieter. Yeah, there it is. Cool. I fixed it. Yeah, it's because I have different sound effects for different resubs. I want to add like a bunch of sound effects. Maybe I should make it just random which one it uses, but it's fine. There we go. Sorry about that, Eric Dolo. But yeah, the Marines have been spread pretty thin. So I wouldn't be surprised that they're just all over the place. But, yeah. All it says is they have some sort of unknown military. And then Borsellino is like, oh, you mean the samurai? And then there's no like follow-up. So it could be that Akainu has intel that Borsellino doesn't. But there was no organized military before Luffy and them showed up. So they did imply it's the samurai that they were worried about, since he didn't say no. At least that's how you took it. I mean, I think it's definitely meant to mislead you to think that there's... because that was before Luffy and them went to Wano. So that's before the reader even goes to Wano. So it's probably there to mislead people to think like, oh, Wano isn't just a weakened country in the same way that Dressrosa was. But oh, hey, chapter 926. Orochi outlawed dojos for the teaching of swordsmanship and martial arts. So yeah, Wano's not even supposed to have a military, an official military. Yeah, I don't think Akainu was worried about swordsmen. Or even an army of swordsmen. Or samurai or anything like that. I think he was just worried about... I think he knew that Kaido was manufacturing devil fruits. And they didn't want to, like, play their cards in that way. Dressrosa had a mere 3,000, and those were just grunts and not mysterious warriors with unknown powers. What was the technique from the samurai that Luffy learned? Ryo. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Ryo. I need to, like, roll my R or something to pronounce it, and I can't roll my R that well. And I don't... when I'm put on the spot, I can't roll my R. Pretty sure Akainu is worried about that, since it's... can actually hurt him. I don't think Akainu is worried about a bunch of no-name... Marines. I'm gonna be honest. Or a bunch of no-name samurai. Like, if you put that into perspective, if the Marines thought that there was any single samurai that was stronger than Akainu on Wano, that samurai would have killed Kaido. Easily. Or would have started some sort of rebellion against Kaido. Because it's not like Akainu's hearing about this from someone that's not at Wano. He's hearing about this from Drake. Like, we know Drake, at this point, we know Drake was on the inside. So what army of samurai was Drake talking about? Like, there has to have been a actual army. Akainu's more about his devil fruit? We've seen him fight once. I don't think that's fair to Akainu. We've seen him fight once, and that was before Haki was a thing. We've never seen Akainu fight seriously when Haki was a well-established mechanic in the One Piece universe. Can only go off by feats. Akainu didn't even try. In which Akainu fought days on and on with Aokiji and tanked a Whitebeard full power hit. And Whitebeard, when he is ill, sick, on his last legs, desperate to save Ace, tanked it with his devil fruit though? I mean, what, is he gonna not use his devil fruit? He's like, this is easy. Giant rock. Why wouldn't he use his devil fruit? That doesn't disqualify him from being able to survive it without it. He also didn't try that hard when he killed Ace. Like, he put a hole through Ace and he did not flinch. He put a hole through Ace and almost killed Luffy. Still. Whitebeard was weak. So you can't gauge Akainu's strength on anything. We don't even know if the fight with Aokiji was a real fight. People think that the fight with Aokiji was a show just so that way they could give a reason for Aokiji to quit being in the Marines, right? It's like a swordsman stabbing at Caesar Clown. Yeah. Why wouldn't Caesar just give up your leg for fun? No, yeah. Although that was in a movie. Can we really trust that as canon? Although that's probably the only canon thing that has come out of a movie. Is Aokiji saying he lost his leg during that fight. We don't know how strong Aokiji's conviction is. If we think he's still a good guy, he's kidnapping Pudding. Like, the cover story showed Aokiji kidnapping Pudding. Like, they'd have to sell it. And, I mean, it wouldn't be a... Like, the Marines already have this sort of Yakuza-esque, like, organization structure. So, losing a limb kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm pretty sure the guy who Akainu is based on is a regular in actor Akainu. Isn't Aokiji aligning with Blackbeard? Yes. That's what we think. The actor... Oh no. I don't think that actor's alive anymore. Yeah, I don't think this actor's alive anymore. Yeah, died in 2014. Who plays... Man, this dude's done a lot of movies. Who is the actor who does Kuze in Yakuza? Like, this work? No. Image as just a JPEG. Like, tell me this isn't the splitting image of Akainu. Like, come on, man. Tell me this isn't the splitting image of Akainu. I'm pretty sure he even has similar tattoos as Akainu. I bet Akainu has a back tat. So, I would not be surprised if him losing a leg was either A, punishment, or B, selling the bit. Some One Piece reviewer was saying Shanks is akin to the Yakuza because his members call him boss and not captain. It depends. Also, it depends on what depiction of the Yakuza and him holding weight with the world government. It depends on what depiction of the Yakuza that guy is basing it on. Because, like, if you go to, like, the Yakuza game, they don't call their boss all the time, right? they'll call him like patriarch or chairman. Like the Yakuza in real life does. Man, why do I have an orb boost? I guess I technically don't. That's weird. I have to play around that now. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't mean Aokiji could be modeled after Yakuza as well. I mean, I could show you more, like, I don't know if Shanks would be modeled after Yakuza. There was a lot of, I mean, Kinemon is literally a former Yakuza. Like, that was part of his backstory. I don't know. Shanks's crew is more like a family. I feel like Luffy and his crew would call him boss if they were older, because Captain is kind of a, like, Shanks and his crew have kind of evolved past being pirates. Like, they don't call him Captain because they're like, we're not really pirates anymore. Like, we're something else. We're different. Luffy's crew is kind of like that, where they call themselves Nakama. And they're like, oh, he's our captain. But, like, if they were older and they were, like, coming to the end of their journey, they'd probably be like, yeah, he's the boss. I don't know. But I think there's a lot of depictions of the Yakuza, and I think just calling him boss doesn't necessarily... I don't know. If Shanks was meant to be a representation of the Yakuza... I don't know. The similarities kind of stop there. Like, him getting a meeting with the world government is kind of a big deal. Shanks isn't all that much of a good guy. I don't know. Every time we're told that Shanks isn't a good guy, it always comes back to be, oh, Shanks is a good guy. So I don't know. I don't think that's true. I think Shanks will be a good guy, no matter what. Oda keeps on throwing these red herrings where it's like, Shanks was bad, but actually was good. Like, that's probably the one thing that we can take from Film Red, is that Shanks may act like the bad guy, but that's because of how he's, like, trying to show face. Him getting a meeting with the world government elders is kind of a big deal. I think Shanks has something on them. I don't think Shanks is, I don't know if Shanks necessarily is able to get a audience with them because he's, like, a noble or, like, a celestial dragon or something like that. I think he probably has something on them. Like, they know that he's one step removed from being able to expose the Void Sentry or something like that. Doflamingo got something on them and they have no qualms putting him in jail. Well, I mean, Dofi put himself in jail. They let him be a Shichibukai for a long time. And then he got taken out by Luffy, and his entire criminal organization got exposed. And if they just let him go off scot-free because he has dirt on them... Like, Doffy doesn't have any more playing chips. Like, if that's Doffy's only playing chip, then, like, they've got nothing. Put him in jail, who cares? Shanks has his entire crew, his entire organization. No one's at threat of knocking him down and beating him in a fight. Like, Shanks shows up, and they don't even realize it. And they're like, oh god, Shanks is here. So I don't think it's necessarily that Doffy has something on them and he still gets arrested. I think... Although I don't think Doffy knows what happens in the Void Century. I think Shanks probably is close to understanding what happened in the Void Century and just hasn't... But he's willing to play ball with the world government. Because he also knows how dangerous it would be if people knew about what happened during the Void Century. Something like that, along those lines, where he's like, I'm only letting you get away with this because I know how bad it would be if this got out, but it's gonna get out. Or it's too late for me to do it. It would take someone bigger than me to let this information out, kind of thing. Because, like, that's what Oda's been doing with Shanks. Every time we think we know something about Shanks, Oda would be like, nah, basically what you knew about Shanks before is what you knew. Like, we've never gotten to the point where it's like, oh, so that's why Shanks is like that. It's just like, well, that's Shanks for you. Nothing really changes for Shanks, ever. He's always the same guy. Kind of lame if Shanks ends up being a good guy stepping aside the second Luffy shows up. I don't think he'll step aside. Like, Luffy's dream isn't to fight Shanks. Luffy's dream is to be king of the pirates. Like, he doesn't need to fight Shanks. I think Zoro might fight Shanks because he's like, you used to beat Mihawk. Like, I can see Zoro having a reason to be like, I want to fight Shanks. But I don't think they're gonna step aside. Also, Shanks knows where the One Piece is. Like, that's not a... He knows where it is. He just hasn't been finding it. Better not pull a Garf where Luffy throws a punch and he lets himself be hit. Shanks isn't doing anything to get to One Piece. He doesn't know where it is. Well, he wasn't there when Roger found it. I know that. He left beforehand. Yeah, he left before the Laugh Tale journey. But I feel like he knows where it is, and he just never cared to find it. Okay. Not gonna make it, so go that way. Or maybe... because, like, Shanks doesn't seem to be the guy who's interested in treasure. Well, no, he is interested in treasure. Shanks doesn't really seem like he's interested in the title of being the Pirate King. And he knows that whoever finds the One Piece is going to be known as the Pirate King. And I think he wants to see who the next generation will bring up. Because for his generation, like, who's gonna top Shanks? Like, realistically, the only person who could have challenged Shanks was Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was part of the old generation. So it was really like Blackbeard, Ace, and Shanks from that generation. I think we have vastly different interpretations. It could be that he just doesn't know where it is and he wants to become the Pirate King, but I don't know. Sounds like Shanks was just waiting for the key to appear to snag the One Piece for himself. It could be that he knew some secret about it, and now is the only time that it's gonna be able to be found. It could be true. Like, he's been... I don't know. Because Big Mom and Kaido also both were like, let's find the One Piece after they teamed up, weren't they? Didn't they say like, oh, and after this we should go find the One Piece together? Didn't they say that or something? It's so weird that every pirate is like, we're gonna find the One Piece. Like, no one has a... They did team up? No, I mean at Wano. And then fought each other. That's what they said? Okay, yeah. I don't know. I think it's weird that every character is like, if you're a pirate, you want to find the One Piece. I feel like there should be some pirates that are like, I don't care. I'm just a pirate to be a pirate. But even Luffy is like, I want to be the king of the pirates, so I'm gonna find the One Piece. Like, that is what it means for Luffy. For Luffy being the Pirate King means freedom? No. His dream is to be the Pirate King, and the universal understanding is whoever finds the One Piece will be known as the King of the Pirates, because that's what Roger's title was, and he was like, hey, if you think you're as good as me, go find it. Said because the Pirate King is the freest of them all. Yeah, but it still means that the One Piece is his goal. It's his end goal. Being the Pirate King and having freedom is a side effect, but the end, like the actual thing he's working towards, is finding the One Piece. His goal is being free. To some extent, yeah. In Luffy's mind, he is free. Like, Luffy isn't bound by anything. He wants to share his freedom with more than just his crew, though. Like, that was part of it. And the only way to do that is to be able to hold a position of, like, the Pirate King. Be as powerful. He also rejected the Straw Hat Fleet joining him because he didn't want obligations on him. Yeah. But that's because he doesn't want a big crew. He's like, 10 people's good. 10 is a good number. Really? One turn orbs again. I guess I should just not use Luffy special then. Wait for it in another turn. I already have super type, so I could have saved the super type too. He's just smart enough to understand that without a few people he wouldn't be able to find the One Piece. I think he's basing it off of Shanks' crew. Like, Shanks' crew he doesn't see as a crew, he sees as a family. And he's like, well, I need these people in my crew because I can't do it myself. I need a navigator and a cook and a doctor and a musician because these are like all the things that Shanks' crew has. Yeah, everyone is critical to his goal, except for Jinbei. For some reason. Jinbei, they're like, he's the shipwright. And it's like, well then, what does Frankie do? Does Frankie just sort of, sit there? Or helmsman, or whatever. And Frankie is the shipwright. Which I still think is dumb that they're like, Jinbei's the helmsman. And it's like... okay. That's not really a job that really Jinbei excels at. Or like, Jinbei's an insane helmsman. He saved them by riding a huge wave like no one else could. Yeah, but it seems like something that Nami could have accomplished. Like, Nami is supposed to be the one that's like, oh, there's a huge wave, do this, and we'll avoid it. And she's done that multiple times before in the story. Where they've been like, there's a storm coming, turn left. And they're like, what do you mean there's a storm coming? And she's like, turn left. She can navigate, she can't steer the ship like Jinbei can. Jinbei could only... what do you mean, steer the ship like Jinbei can? Jinbei changed the waves. Usopp and Chopper have been doing that? No, Frankie was doing that. Nami would shout orders at Frankie, and Frankie would steer the ship. He didn't? He went into the waves dead zone? No, Frankie would be steering the ship. I don't know. I think it's very convenient that they made Jinbei join and then they're like, here's something that only Jinbei could have solved. As good evidence as why Jinbei joined the ship. Like... sometimes it's Frankie, sometimes it's Usopp. Sometimes it's... like, whoever steers the ship is who's ever steering the ship. But usually it's Frankie. But I don't know. It seems like Jinbei joining the crew was solving a problem they never had. They all suck at steering? No, they didn't. They did fine. Jinbei only saved them because Jinbei was there to save them. This is one of these convenient writing things Where it's like, why did Jinbei join the crew? Well, clearly Jinbei joined the crew so he could save them from a giant wave. If Jinbei wasn't there, they would be dead. Well, it's like, well, if Jinbei wasn't there, you probably wouldn't have written in that there was a giant wave. You could say that about anything. Sure, but Oda had been damaging Mary before Frankie joined progressively. Arcs before Frankie joined, they had an entire bit where they demonstrated that the Mary had a soul and that the soul of the ship was trying to repair it, and Usopp was doing everything in his power to repair it, but he couldn't, right? He couldn't. Usopp, no matter what he did, was a failure at repairing the ship. And then they went to Water 7 and they're like, look, these are shipwrights who are professional, who will make you a new ship. And they're like, all right, we're going to get a new ship, blah, blah, blah. And that was, and then Frankie joining was solving a problem that needed a solution. They needed a capable shipwright. There was not really a point in One Piece where they were like, we don't have enough people manning the sails and doing all this and doing all that. Like, anytime they showed the Straw Hats sailing and Nami would be like, drop the sails or pull the sails and steer left and steer right, like, they did it, and they did it well. And there was a lot of good chemistry on the Straw Hats side for that. And then they introduced Jinbei and they're like, well, Jinbei just does it. And if there's a big wave, he can handle that too. And it didn't really make a lot of sense. You don't know how dangerous or wild the waters around the last island will be? No, but that was sort of Nami's thing. Nami's entire thing was being able, like, she went through the entire time skip learning about the weather and being able to predict the literally unpredictable in terms of the weather and the waves and all of that stuff. So by Jinbei joining and them being like, well, we know the direction of the island, so now we don't need to care about any of Nami's weather training. It seems kind of belittling to Nami and belittling to Frankie. Like, they're just throwing that stuff under the bus. Like, we don't see how much Frankie repairs the ship. Because that's probably boring. And people wouldn't care about a slice of life episode filler where it's like Usopp helping Frankie repair the ship. Usopp and Chopper go around and do chores on the ship. Like, no one would want that out of One Piece. At least Toei wouldn't. Somehow managing to steer the ship is the same like Usopp. Usopp's never been good at steering the ship, but Frankie was good at steering the ship because he built the ship. There's never been an actual case where before Jinbei joined, something happened poorly to the ship because Frankie was just unable to do all the stuff at once. He wasn't able to pull the sails and steer the ship and do all that. They were able to do it. Jinbei joining is solving a problem that they didn't have. Chopper joined because Nami got sick. Right? That's solving a problem that they had. Frankie wasn't better at steering, he just did it since no one else better was there to do it. So he was better than everyone else there to do it. I'm not saying he's better than Jinbei. Jinbei is better at steering the ship. But Jinbei's only better because they made him better. Jinbei's only purpose now is to steer the ship. Which wasn't necessary. They could have thought of any other job for Jinbei to do. Dedicated devil fruit saver. Honestly, that would be better than Frankie. Because Frankie was doing that too. Frankie saved everyone. Frankie and Zoro saved everyone who fell in the water. Frankie steered the ship, repaired the ship. They don't have a lookout, technically, because Usopp is their weapons manufacturer and sniper. And he doesn't sit in the crow's nest. Zoro does, because that's where Zoro's workout equipment is. It's broken if the series was actually about being a pirate. Instead, the only pirate action we see is when they escape. Yeah, I wish there was more boat stuff. Like, we don't see boat battles. Anytime the Straw Hats are in battle with another boat, it's like, alright, we're gonna run now. Because the Sunny is so much smaller than every other boat. Roger versus Shiki showdown, yeah. There's no real ship-to-ship battles. There were, like, a couple. But it's usually, like, the Marines versus... It's usually, like, 15 to 30 Marines versus, like, 2 pirate ships. Or it's... One Piece Stampede. Oh, you want evidence of Frankie being good at steering the ship? There was the entire pirate race in Stampede that they won. Cannonballs are underpowered in the series. I mean, they're cannonballs. Like, you have to make them dumb in order for them to be strong. Like explosive ones. Or sea stone ones. Even the homie cannonballs did literally nothing. Well, yeah, but they were also, like, you can only use homie cannonballs when Big Mom's involved. Like, any Marine could be equipped with sea stone cannonballs. But homie cannonballs can only exist when Big Mom is there. And there were homie cannonballs that were no threat at all in the end. Well, yeah, they can't be sea stone. They're just normal cannonballs. I'm surprised they haven't played with, like, grape shot and grapple shot and stuff like that. Like, actual interesting cannonballs from, like, fantasy... Not fantasy, but, fictional pirate stuff. But yeah. I mean, there's been 3 times in all of One Piece that Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats have tried stealing something, and one of the times that they did it, they were like, yeah, you can steal that, we don't give a shit. Take the golden bell, I don't care. Like, they don't do pirate stuff. They're called pirates, they don't do pirate stuff. Like, they're good guy pirates. So... It's very hard to call One Piece a pirate show. It's a shonen about a whole bunch of stuff. It's very, like, the pirate part is kind of a afterthought. Even the special cannonballs were no threat from the sniper ship cannons from Kaido. For the sniper ship cannon from Kaido. Yeah. They made a huge deal how they were great about producing special weapons in Wano, and all ended up being a single scene with one Kaido ship that got immediately obliterated. Yeah, all the weapons in Wano that they definitely used. I don't think they used any weapons, like any interesting weapons in the final fight, like at all in Onigashima. Like, you'd think Kaido would be like, this is the weapon I specially manufactured for me only. It's like, nah. Kaido just uses his own brute strength. Although Queen used a COVID part 2. Ice COVID. But that's about it. Yeah, Wano had a lot of stuff in it, and then it was like, there was like a specific point in Wano that it felt like, yeah, this is when they're definitely speeding it up. And I think it was like around Yamato's introduction. It definitely felt like they were trying to speed it up. They're like, here's Yamato, some person with a mask. And then the next episode, Yamato is this person who thinks they're Odin. And this is their entire story. And it's like, oh. Alright, cool. Done. Gave me an entire character's backstory in 2 sentences. Sweet. Like, Yamato had their mask and all that, and wig, and it's like, well, why did Yamato have a mask and wig? I want to know more about that. Yamato's mask looked cool. Why is Yamato a demon? Is that some special species thing? Is Kaido a demon? What other weapons was Wano manufacturing? Stuff like that. But I don't know. I hope it wasn't a situation of Toei telling Oda to be like, hey, speed up Wano a little bit. I don't see why they would. But then I don't know. It doesn't make sense for Toei to make that kind of call. Because realistically, Toei would just be like, yeah, whatever. You want to make this 17 years long? Make it 17 years long. We do not care. So it must have been someone on... It must have been Oda himself who was like, alright, gonna start wrapping this up. Considering how the Katakuri fight alone, how dragged out the Katakuri fight was in Big Mom's territory, Wano felt like only the Katakuri fight of Big Mom's arc. Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe the final arc of Whole Cake, because it felt like the entire, from the wedding to the end of it, took a while. Like, it felt like the wedding happened pretty quickly, and then it took a while for it to end. Because his own timeline, he wants to wrap it up in 5 years. He says that every 5 years, though. We don't know if it's Oda being like, alright, I'm wrapping this up. Because if it is, then it doesn't look good for the rest of One Piece. If he's gonna rush through an arc just to be like, alright, I need to do this in 5 years, then that's not good. Because he said, like, my editors know how this ends. Like, I've written the final chapters. So he shouldn't... I don't feel like he should be worried about trying to fit everything together and trying to get it all in. Like, he knows the story he wants to tell. His editors should know the story he wants to tell. Better not Game of Thrones it. Well, Game of Thrones was less that they wanted to rush it to be done with it, and more that they wanted to rush it because they thought that they couldn't possibly screw it up, and they had other things that they wanted to do. Oda sounds like he's probably going to retire after One Piece. Like, his health has been an issue for him before, so I'd be pretty surprised if Oda does another series, another long-form series. He could do another, like, one-shot or a couple of one-shots, but... or just do art, like fan art of other stuff, and just do like special covers from Shonen Jump and stuff like that. But I don't think he's gonna do another like longer than one season manga. Doesn't really matter why they wanted to rush it, but the last 2 seasons are unwatchable. Well, the other issue with Game of Thrones is that it's... I don't think it was based on the books. Like, at some point they were just like, this isn't based on the books at all. Like, we're basically going from the cuff, right? So it's not that... So Oda rushing would only ruin the manga. Because when the anime gets adapted, like, they can look at the mistakes he made and be like, alright, let's add this in. Which is why the anime has filler explaining who Ace is, and filler about Usopp and his dad, and some of the shadows that his dad has left behind and stuff like that. So like, that's part of the reason why it's not as bad in that case, but yeah. They killed off extremely developed characters with ridiculous actions. Yeah, that's bad writing. I don't think Oda has gotten to the point of bad writing. He has gotten to the point where he's just neglected certain story points. But nothing has been like, that shouldn't have happened. Right? Like, so far things just make sense, it just feels rushed. It's not like Oda's coming in and being like, and now Vivi's dead. And it's like, what? Why? Don't forget when Luffy went Super Saiyan 2. And this is what it means to go even further beyond. But the anime suffered as a result of the rushed Wano arc. The anime suffered because Toei has put in a standard in the episodes of the anime that they have not tried to exceed except for when like 1 or 2 directors are directing and they're like, we don't care about the standard, we're gonna exceed the standard. The fights with the Tobi Roppo were lopsided and not exciting. Well, look at who directed them. Like, look at the budget. Like, the anime doesn't have any filler. The anime adapts 3/4 or a half of a chapter sometimes into 20 minutes. Like, the pacing is bad, and that's on Toei. Like, that's not on the directors, that's not on the artists, none of that stuff. But put it in the right hands and they could fix it. And if Oda starts rushing stuff, then Toei might be able to salvage it. Just like they did like with Ace back in the day, because Ace was poorly developed in the manga. Oh yeah, Luffy's aura. Yeah, the aura shit is really dumb. Like, Gear 2's first introduction, where it was literally just steam. Like, that was so cool, because it felt like no anime really did that. And then now, it looks like Luffy has streamers leaving his body, because apparently they don't know how to animate steam. It just looks like streamers coming off of him. God, they really gave Luffy so funny how the Dragon Ball Super team is working on One Piece, and you can tell. I just want to get a screenshot of his forehead. God damn. Like, look at this forehead. Like, this is a 6 head if I've seen one. Mute. Hold on. Pause. Pause. There we go. Look at this forehead. Look at that forehead. Holy shit. Look at that forehead. This isn't even like out of context frame. This is like a 3-second shot where he just has a massive forehead, and this is the entire frame. Like, I cropped out a little bit of the edges, but this is the entire frame. Like, it's bad. You guys watch One Punch Man? Yeah. The second season from another studio was near garbage. I think that was a funding issue. I think they got bad budget. I think that was one of the main issues. Like, they got really bad budget. The story was good. Yeah, no. I mean, One Punch Man Season 2 was rough, but thankfully it wasn't nearly as bad as... Oh god. Man, I love the still image with screen shake. And then... This is a still image. 3, 4... 5, 6. Okay, so there's been like 5. Yeah, there's been like 6 to 7 shots in a row in this clip that you posted where it's like 2 images flashing back and forth a bunch. And that's been like 6 or 7 scenes or shots in this scene. Oh, it's the issue with studios for hire. They were booked out, so to speak. Yeah, well, that's what happens when everyone wants to make their own anime, or every anime wants to be big. And One Piece's issue is that they're not a seasonal anime. They're a weekly anime. They always have been. That's how they've been serialized. So. Oh wow, I already hit 1 million. Nice. But weekly would still be fine. They acknowledge fillers. I would love it if they had filler in One Piece anime. Honestly, I'd be like, if like they had a filler arc every like 2 or 3 months. The issue with Naruto is they got to a point where there was like a filler arc and then another filler arc. Like, I don't think that's good. When you start having back-to-back filler arcs. But if they did One Piece where it's like, oh, Luffy and all these people got to Wano, and then they had like a filler arc of like 1 episode for each of the Straw Hats, like getting accustomed to Wano or something like that, like, that would have been so nice. The important scenes got justice. Yeah, that's true. The important scenes in Naruto, like, actually hit pretty well. Can't watch Naruto since the weird decisions to have everyone wear sandals or shoes showing the toes. I think that's just a ninja thing. Pretty sure that's just a ninja thing. It isn't? I don't remember ever seeing a lot of feet when I watched the original Naruto. I haven't watched Shippuden, but it's the mangaka's decision. I mean, that's not even the weirdest thing that mangaka has done. Even characters wearing boots have them open at the toes. It's so weird. Won't see a single character without open toes. I mean, it's not like you can see their whole foot. It's just their toes. I thought it would be like their entire foot. But no, it's just their toes. Got a toe fetish. If there were more toe shots, maybe. But there weren't that many toe shots. Surprisingly enough. There's plenty. There's some, but not as much as like actual foot fetishists. Like, watch a movie from Quentin Tarantino and you'll be like, oh man, this guy loves feet. This motherfucker loves feet. I googled Naruto and images, and so far I've seen 2 feet. Naruto anime frames. Still weird how he goes out of his way to never draw a full shoe. I mean, that could just be that maybe he's trying to flex that he knows how to draw feet. There's tons of manga, there's tons of artists that are like, I have no clue how to draw feet. Maybe he's just like, yeah, right. Kick. If I search kick. After a few hundred episodes, he doesn't draw the anime. He only draws the manga. There's a person with actual shoes. I don't know who it is because they're half off screen. Although it looks like she's wearing high heels, so some sort of heels. That's the same in the anime as it is in the manga. Yeah, but he doesn't draw the manga. Or he doesn't draw the anime. He just draws the manga. It could just be that he picked one style of shoe and he's like, I'm too lazy to design another style of shoe. I gotta commit. Because it looks like most of these shoes are basically the same style. They're just different color. So he could have very easily just picked one thing. They're all open. Yeah, they're all open. No. I don't doubt that he has a fetish. I don't know if feet is his fetish. I would have more of an issue with sexy no jutsu than open-toed shoes, if I'm gonna be honest. If I had to pick one thing that he has a fetish for, it would be sexy no jutsu. An open boot is weird. Yeah, I don't know. Why are all the shoes in Naruto open-toed? Why do all the shinobis wear weird shoes? Being barefoot is not practical. He likes drawing them with sandals because he likes drawing feet. Oh, okay, there you go. Guess he just likes drawing feet. Although that was a Reddit comment. I don't see any, like, journal or, like, Crunchyroll interview or a Shonen Jump interview. There's no, like, he likes drawing toes. Oh, it's in a book that he published. Art of Naruto. He wanted to add boots, but he liked drawing toes. Yeah. Okay, he likes drawing toes. I don't know, he's never fetishized the toes. It just seems like he likes drawing them. I don't know if that's... like... if he has a fetish for that, like, that he is hiding it really well. I have to say. Because it very much seems like he just likes drawing feet. Also, he draws hands and feet really well. You have to give him that. Like... nothing against him having a fetish. I still don't think he has a fetish. But yeah, I don't care if he has a fetish. It's just, there's things that seem like he would have a fetish for more than feet. Because, you know, sexy nujutsu exists. And when a mangaka makes something called sexy nujutsu, you would think that he would make something that is just what his fetish is. It's like, oh, I need to make a move called sexy nujutsu. What do I think is sexy, right? Like, why is Naruto always naked in sexy nujutsu? It's immersion killing, seeing characters in winter with open boots. That depends. If they're walking through snow, then maybe, but I've walked in winter with sandals on. Killing the purpose of the shoe. Sometimes shoes aren't meant to keep your feet warm. They're just meant to keep your feet dry. Or to help you do something else. But original ninja, like, authentic ninja shoes are sandals. Open toe, although they would wear socks, I think. Either it's cold and you need a warm boot, or it's not cold and you don't need a winter boot. No. You can definitely go out in the cold without... especially with the way those boots are designed, it only leaves their toes open. So the rest of their foot is probably pretty warm. Like... the way the shoe is shaped, it definitely looks like it would be fine to wear in winter. Unless you're walking through the snow. Which, I don't know if they walk through snow. They might have. I don't remember if there was an arc in the original Naruto that they were walking through snow. They're a ninja, their footwear isn't about style, it's about efficient gear to fight in. Well, yeah. I don't know, maybe there's some in-universe thing where they need to have their feet open. I don't know. A boot that's supposed to protect your feet and ankle can't be open in the front. But what if it's not meant to I mean, it's protecting their ankle. It wraps around their ankle. And most of them wrap around their ankle. It's just their toes. I mean, it's not OSHA compliant. If they ever worked on a construction site in America, they would definitely get a complaint. Seems illogical. I mean, yeah, the ninja show about children becoming ninjas. Of the things to be upset about in a ninja show, them having shoes that are open-toed is probably one of the better things to be upset about. They're adults in the end. At the end of Shippuden, they're like, what, 15? Naruto age. It's not like every ninja's a child. I mean, they start at like, what, 11? Oh, Naruto starts with him at 15. God, he does not act 15. Naruto. Age 12 to 13. Part 2, 15 to 17. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he definitely acted like he was 10 to 12. Only him and a few of his friends are kids. Yeah, but there's like dozens of child ninjas. It's not like there's 3 child ninjas and then 4 billion adult ones. There's like... every child is a ninja. And can do magic. They're wizards. They're not even ninjas. They're wizards. That call themselves ninjas. That's the funnier part. But also, I don't know. The shoes thing, I've never noticed. I don't think I ever paid attention to their feet. Now that you've told me, I probably would. But like, if you had never told me, I would have never thought about how much the mangaka likes feet. Like, you need to watch a Quentin Tarantino movie and you'll be like, yeah, this guy likes feet. Like, there's a pretty infamous picture of Quentin Tarantino putting a movie camera right up to a foot. Like, it is pretty hilarious. Tarantino's weird. Yeah, and he's apparently got his 10th movie written. So, we'll see if he gets a producer for that. Oh my god, 4,600. Wow. But Fetish, you mean Nickelodeon director? No, that was a producer. I don't think that was the director, was it? Or no, it was the director. Yeah, it was the director. Specifically the kids, what was the genre I'm thinking of? Sitcom? Director? He was the not reality, but the live action, for lack of a better term, sitcom director. Didn't he basically do everything? I don't think he touched the animated stuff, really. Dan Schneider. God, I did not realize he looked that weird. He looks like a child. He looks like a large child. IMDb. What is that image? Oh god. He's still... oh god. He's still the producer for a lot of stuff. No, the Nickelodeon guy. He's not even listed as a director. He's a creator or a producer. Like iCarly, written, created. Victorious, written, created. Drake and Josh, written and created. So he's the writer for a lot of these. The Amanda Show. Producer, here we go. Sam and Cat, Gibby, Victorious, iCarly. Drake and Josh, Zoe 101. All That, What I Like About You, The Amanda Show. Oh, he actually didn't... Yeah, he didn't touch the animated stuff at all. I'm pretty sure it was Dan Schneider. This is the Nickelodeon guy. Let's see. Victorious... Who was associated with Victorious? That was the cast. Creator Dan Schneider. Yeah, the director... Series writing credit, Dan Schneider, Dan Schneider. I don't recognize most of these other names, because they only did, like, a handful of episodes. How do I deal with the nullified damage debuff? I didn't remove it. Carrot Wanda just goes through it. They don't care. They go through everything except for increased defense. Because increased defense isn't technically... it doesn't technically reduce your damage, it just increases a character's natural defense. So if a character's natural defense is 0, increased defense doesn't do anything. Which is why... defense reduction deals with it. You're missing Carrot Wanda. Yeah, Carrot Wanda is probably one of the better... Like, Carrot Wanda, Bon Clay are the two treasure map legends that you really, really want. Most of the other ones do not matter. They have, so far, the best longevity out of treasure map legends. Yeah, Dan Schneider's still doing stuff at Nickelodeon, so it doesn't seem like he's going anywhere anytime soon. So I put his defense to 0, then his nullified damage and reduced damage taken won't matter. No, those will still matter. But also you can't reduce his defense to 0. Actually... I think Robin could, although no, Robin's only an 80%, right? Robin bypasses, but she's only 80%. Yeah, 80%. No, the blue shield debuff you can bypass by reducing defense to 0, but I'll show you when I get to it. The effect where Carrot and Wanda bypass stuff, it works on barrier, threshold damage, percent damage, nullified damage. And I think that's it. I think those are the only effects. The only enemy buffs that reduce damage. I think. So you still have to deal with those if you don't have some way of just bypassing all of them. Like, I think for the past couple treasure maps, I've just been using Carrot Wanda to deal with that, I'm gonna be honest. Let's see, treasure map planner. Yeah, Ezo I did that. Wiper I did that. Who's Who I did that. Olin I don't remember. Because apparently I didn't save my team for Olin. But I probably did that. Can't get a team to properly beat Dofi. It's still annoying the hell out of you. Oh. You might have to run a non-boosted team if you're having a lot of trouble. 1 or 2 non-boosted characters aren't the end of the world, thankfully. And as long as you can get to a couple million, like, that's good progress. Like, Bandai really makes it seem like not getting to 10 million is a failure, but getting to 1 million for a lot of people is good progress. Like, anything more than, like, 1.5 is... Yeah, 1.5. Anything more than 1.5 is, honestly, just... frosting on the cake. Cherry on top kind of thing. Oh yeah, Olin was the half anniversary one. Man, Olin was 5 treasure maps ago. At least once this treasure map ends. And that really makes me think, it's like, anniversary is going to be coming up soon. 2 months. And we're going to be getting the 2 months and I'll be doing the anniversary treasure map. Shouldn't Sabo special launch on its own if you do additional chain multiplier in the round before? Yes, but Sabo won't launch if he's binded. Inflicted with bind. Or despaired or something like that. It doesn't just automatically always work. There are some conditions. I think for Dofi you get binded, right? Yeah. Yeah. So that's why the teams of the streamer aren't working. I mean, my teams are working. They said use Jimbei support so his special auto launches on final stage, but it's not launching since he's binded. It could be that they're using him as a captain because only your left side gets binded. So it could be that since they're using Sabo as a captain, then the special still gets launched because it's not, because only the left side is getting inflicted with bind. That's what I imagine. They're using him as a friend captain. Oh. Well then but it was before treasure map started. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, if they're making a video... Yeah, that's the trouble with making, like, treasure map prep videos, is, like, I overlook things all the time. I thought my Fujitora team was flawless, but it was not. Oh, I need one more ace. Might have to reset for friend captain soon. Since they aren't actually using those teams, they're running Sabo teams because they pulled like crazy. Yeah. I don't know why they don't have like trial islands outside of treasure map. Because all the other modes have Other than Kizuna, I guess. But like, for Arena, if we ever get Arena, you can try it for 0 stamina. Until you clear it the first time. But for Treasure Map, you have to go into Treasure Map, spend stamina on trying to fight, trying to traverse the map, and then if you lose, you lose. Like, whatever. It's a gem drain. Yeah. I don't know, a lot of Bandai philosophy stuff on like what they think should be fair and what they think will make people spend money is kind of weird, but I'm not a multi-billion-dollar company. Is Bandai... I don't think Bandai Namco is a billion-dollar company. Bandai Namco... They might be. Revenue, almost 1 billion yen. That's not 1 billion. Total equity. Total assets. Well, yeah, no, they're not $1 billion, but they're definitely multi-million. Almost 1 billion yen, but not 1 billion. Or, yeah, basically 1 billion yen. So they probably have a lot more understanding of how people spend money and stuff like that, but there are a lot of things that, like, to be a fly on the wall on whoever's making these decisions would be cool. Like to see the statistics on how many gems are spent on Treasure Map. I'd like to see it on, like, what rank, like, what rank they expect people to be at based on how many gems they spend. Because that has to be a statistic they look at. Like, oh, we want people in this bracket to spend on average X amount of gems to get there, or that's like our goal. And they're changing that accordingly. Because I think how they approach, like, I want to know how they approach getting players to spend gems. Like, how do they encourage it, and in what direction do they encourage it? Because, like, do they encourage players to spend gems by making the content more difficult? Because that's sort of how it seems to be. Or do they encourage players to spend more gems by saying, hey, there's a 30 gem multi and then a 1 gem multi, right? Like, I'd be more willing to spend 131 gems on 4 multi-pulls, even if it was a 5% legend banner. Because I'm at the point in my game where it's like, I don't always need legends. Like, I need some of these, like, rare recruits that I haven't gotten in the past 7 months. Keep losing to the intrusion and having to spend gems, then they'll likely pull on the treasure map banner. I don't know. I want to know how many people pull after day 1 in treasure map. Because I feel like people would be like, I'm just gonna scrape together 1.5 million points instead of going through treasure map and then pulling halfway through it. Like, I feel like a lot of people are probably like, I'm not gonna pull in the middle of treasure map. Like, if I'm gonna pull for treasure map, I would have done it already. I'm not gonna pull halfway through an event. Already had to waste 7 gems because you could barely beat the damn boss. Okay, that may be a sign of you're not ready for whatever league you're in. And you need to work on getting a bunch more free-to-play units and expanding your box diversity. Because if you're in like New World, then you definitely could hop down to Grand Line and have a little bit of an easier time. And that way it would save you those couple of gems, because you gotta keep your net gems in mind if that's what you're worried about. I mean, if the alternative is going down a league, then you gotta decide, like, are you willing to spend 7 gems or more? Right? Just to stay in this league. Can't go down, that's the mean thing they do. You can't test your teams before. Yeah. They really need to give, like, I don't know if they could do something like on Extra Island for the days before Treasure Map. Once you're committed to the league, you can't go down. So what are you supposed to do? Yeah, you're kind of stuck at that point. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do. It's a money trap they put up with Treasure Map. I mean, the entire game is a money trap. That's what gacha is meant to be. Other than the very obvious play on words that gacha is. Like, it's always been rigged. It's been rigged from the start. But yeah, Parrot Wanda gets through all of these debuffs that Dofi has right now, plus Barrier if he had Barrier. But not the blue shield. I have Defense down, but that's from their special. The Defense down doesn't do anything other than interacts with the conditional boost to gives me more damage. Cannot not play Treasure Map since materials are so important. Yep, that's been a core issue of Treasure Map for a while. Like, the entire game of One Piece since the release of Treasure Map has had a very regular structure where, like, before Treasure Map, it was like, alright, new content comes out, and then who knows what comes out for that content, right? It could be a Coliseum, like 2 or 3 Coliseums, it could be a raid boss, it could be whatever, right? And then Treasure Map comes out, and it's like, alright, you gotta get the characters that come out that month to prepare for Coliseum, or to prepare for Treasure Map. And then that Treasure Map character will be useful with the characters you get from the next month to prepare for the next Treasure Map. And then it became this never-ending cycle, and that's when they released Limit Break, is right when Treasure Map released. So it was very obvious that it was like, these go hand in hand. There's no way to get, and it's the one thing in the game that there's no alternative for. You can't get Limit Break materials reliably in a free-to-play way anywhere else, really. There's ways to get, like, drip-fed a little bit of Treasure Map materials, but there's, like, You want to limit break plus a legend? Go play Treasure Map. Without limit breaking, can't beat anything. Yeah, like, the good sailor abilities are locked behind limit break. A lot of the stats bonuses that you get are locked behind limit break, although now they're also locked behind level limit break. Yeah. If you want more sockets, you need to limit break. A lot of potential abilities that are good, like Barrier Pen, Slop Bind, are locked behind limit break. Like, if you don't have limit break, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. Yeah. If you want to be competitive in Rumble, whether it be normal Rumble or Grand Party, you need to limit break. Because that's where a good chunk of your stats come from. Especially for Rumble, like, even leveling your potential abilities is huge. So. Oh, cool. There was a Pirate Alliance titles. But we kind of expected that because this is a Super Kizuna. Good luck pulling 9 legends on any banner. Well, level limit break you don't really need for new legends unless you're doing Rumble. So that's that benefit. That's why I don't take Rumble too seriously, because there's people who are like, all I care about really is Rumble, and they'll just do a bunch of Rumble pulls and get 10 copies of whatever broken rare recruit. Like, I don't know how many people have level 150 Pell. And if I see level 150 Pell, I'm not touching it. Staying away. I say, thank you, sir, but no thank you. And then I turn around and walk away. But then there's the whole issue of, yeah, you got 10 dupes, but now level them up. And they still haven't really solved that problem. 150 Pell is really easy to get, yeah. Because the rare recruit banners, like, give you those rare recruits pretty easy. If you go, like, if you do a couple multi-pulls on the Rumble banner, you're gonna get a bunch of them. So you can go deep on a Rumble banner that's good for you and get a good amount of Pells if you can get lucky. The Legends is the real issue. Yeah. If you need Legends at 150, you're probably going to be using the poster items. Yeah, and you can use items too. We get like 2 or 3 a month for the posters. I need 4 level limit break for Psy. You have 4 level limit break for Psy, but you need Dex and quick ones. Yeah. Yeah, we don't get any choice in, like, what colors there are. I remember when people thought that the color that we get from Rumble would indicate, like, either what legend would be 6+, or if the 6+ would be some alternate form, but it turns out it's, like, mostly random. Or I think it's related to the legends that came out, or something like that. Like, there's no good free-to-play way of getting it. Put that on one of your quick legends to 105. You already spent it? I would have sat on it. 100 to 105 is not a really big increase. You might as well still be at 100 or 99. I would have just sat on it. That's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, I need one more dupe and I'd be at 150 or 130. Then it's worth it, because that's a much bigger increase. Because it's, at best, 5% stats. Like, that's all you're getting. It's 5% increase in stats. But if you go from 120 to 130, that's 10%, and 130 to 150 is 20%. So you're getting a much better bang for your buck. And who knows, you might pull more of those legends. You don't know which legend you're going to pull more of, right? Grand Party, you needed every little advantage you could get for your main damage dealer. Yeah, but 5% is gonna be like what? You deal an extra 50 or 100 damage. A unit surviving with 100 HP can kill you. Yeah, that's true. I guess it depends on what kind of damage they deal as well. Like, if you're putting it on a character that health cuts and deals fixed damage, or deals fixed damage, then it doesn't matter. Alright, let me finish typing this up. I missed the freaking Team Liquid match. Now I just gotta watch Ents take down ATK. No one in your alliance got a perfect Grand Party victory and they're like twice your level and 5 times your bounty. Oh yeah. If you invest into a team, I mean, they might just not have invested that time. The later you invest in a team, the more likely you are to win, because you probably have a more meta team. Like, it could be that they invested before and didn't want to invest in a brand new team. Or got unlucky and didn't get the rare recruits they need to make their team better. Go 3 full teams with your strongest setup, you get even stronger opponents. Yeah. Trying to be your strongest team is not the way. Yeah, but... like, if I don't have Pell, and I want Pell for my Dex team. Taking someone with equal CP is not going to help me any. Like, if I'm missing Pell, I'm missing Pell. Like, that doesn't change anything. It doesn't help me. Like, I would basically only hurt myself. You don't have Pell? Well, you're probably still running a better Dex team if you're running a Dex team. Or you... yeah. Like, I have most of the components for a decent Dex team, but none of my Dex units are rainbowed. Because I don't feed tablets to my legends. Main teams are Dex quick, and you had a decentish red. You got Dalton, I think his name... yeah, Dalton. Well, Dalton is another one of the carry Dex ones. Like, Dalton is kind of broken. Like, they released Dalton, and people were like, Dalton's pretty good, but Dex is in a weird spot. And then they released Pell, and they're like, alright, we get it. You want Dex to be good. So... like, people were cautious about Dex when Dalton first released. I think this is fine. Versus Yamato, yeah, I don't have him. Kid, Dalton, don't have Dalton, Moria, and Sanji Zoro. Yeah, I don't have 3 of the characters on that. My best Dex team would be Tandem Luffy, Inu Neko, I guess Lucci, and then I'd have to see. It's not even a strong Dex team. You have versus Yamato and Kid. It's still pretty strong. Nearly everyone got versus Yamato. Yeah, but you don't want to mirror match teams. Everyone in your alliance does for sure. Yeah, but even if you have versus Yamato, you don't want to face a versus Yamato with a versus Yamato. Mirror matching teams always ends in, like, disappointment. Like, especially Dex teams. Because Dex teams are a lot of, this character will just nuke your entire team, or like, this one character could take out a bunch of characters on its own. And it's just a matter of RNG of who gets there first. Like, who gets the special first and who's allowed to use the special first. Right to the Dex team most people have, team isn't considered good. Yeah, the Sanji Zoro is definitely probably the weakest part of your team, and that's about it. Like, Moria is used on a lot of Dex teams, Dalton's used on a lot of Dex teams, and then Yamato and Kid are, like, staples now. Like, honestly, if you swap out Sanji Zoro for, like, Tandem Luffy, you'd probably be fine. So it's not that yours isn't good, it's that it's very close to being good. But you don't have Tandem Luffy? No, but you're one step removed from having a good team. Like, you don't have a bad team. You have a very good team. But you don't have the best team. Sure. But you have a pretty good team. It's nearly a must-have Tandem Luffy, especially with his burst. Is his burst the one that charges your specials? Because I really don't like his. Because there's been so many times where I've wanted to use his burst before my character's attack, but I literally cannot. It's easy to fulfill. Yeah, it's very easy to fulfill. That's the good part of him. Versus Yamato's is impossible. Yeah, isn't hers like get X amount of perfect hits? Or power hits? Or crits or something like that? Yeah, anything that's hit this many power hits or hit this many critical hits, like, good luck. Good luck. Rumble. Uh-oh. Oh, I found a bug in the database. Okay. Good to know. Crits is better a bit, but power attacks is ridiculous. Yeah, there's a bunch of characters that are like, oh, deal X amount of power attacks, and then don't actually have any power attacks themselves. Point was that you could get 15 wins with a suboptimal team. I mean, yeah. I could run a 1-1-1 team and get 15 wins. Except I goofed on the last day or something. I forget when I goofed, but I got 14. But I don't expect the low CP strat to work for that long. One team would be cheesing it. You're not doing that though. Well, yeah, but low CP is still cheesing it. Anything that isn't put your strongest 3 teams and try to win is cheesing it. If you're doing 2 full teams and a fodder unit team, that's cheesing it. How is it cheesing if you have a 100k team? Yeah, so you have 2 full teams and then a fodder team. They give you a 180k team next. Yeah, they are trying to make it so that way you're forced to build 3 full teams. They want people to build 3 full teams. They don't want people to build meme teams where they only have to invest in like 3 or 4, like 3 to 6 characters. Yeah, I know. They want it to be hard. That is the point. Yes. They don't want it to be easy. That's why it's not a ranking event. They want it to be pay to win. No stamina refill. Like, why would they want... So far they failed? I mean, they're making progress on getting that to work. They've already made it so that way you have to basically build at least 2 full teams. So with a little bit of tweaking, they could very easily make it so that way people need to make 3 full teams. They can't go further? I mean, they can. Who says they can't? All they did was cap the combat power at 90k. I mean, more and more people are just gonna build full team. They can't cap it at 150, or no one who isn't a whale would be able to get a single win. I mean, you start... they're trying to make it so it's based off wins. So for the first few, sure, you'll get low CP. But then as it gets higher and higher, like, you're not gonna get people with one-person teams or a fodder unit in a team or whatever you might find. And Bandai has their own teams built into it. It wasn't, though? No, that's what it was last time. The most recent Grand Party was the more wins you get, the harder the fights will get. One of the newer guys in our alliance went in with 150k full 3 teams. Yeah. And he probably had... He couldn't get 2 wins because he was already getting 250k teams. Yeah, it's based on whatever your CP is starting out. And then it gets harder progressively. But the ramp up is higher. So if you start with a 1-1-1 team, you might get a couple people running 1-1-1 teams. But it's gonna get progressively harder. You stayed under 80k, then you got lucky. Like, that's it. You got lucky. I can look at mine. Mine were... I think I was around 90k. But I was getting, like... I think the teams I was getting were 150 or more. It's their cap? No, you got lucky. It's their cap since I already went over their cap. You keep saying that there's a cap. There's no cap. I know people who were 1-1-1 on day 1 and were getting progressively higher and higher combat power. If you run 10k, you'll get 90k to 120k. Once you pass a certain point, it goes up. Yes. They will always match you against people with higher combat power than you. That is part of it. So they're trying to heighten that more. And I had 90k. So they can't match you with the minimum anymore. Yeah, I know that. If I stay 20k under the cap, which is 90k, so 70k, then you won't ever see an enemy over 140k. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. Maybe based on your experience, you think that's correct, but I'm pretty sure... Let me see. I know someone in the Discord was talking about what they were fighting. I don't even know where it is. Where is it? This is like the tail end of it. I need to find earlier. Okay, right there. Okay, 36 CP team. And it's well over what you say is your cap. Okay. There you go. Ba-ba-ba. 37k team. He's seeing 138k, 148, and 164k. There you go. Spent way too long looking for that image, but I knew I had evidence of that somewhere. So, you got lucky. And which day is that? I think that was like day 1. It's pretty early on. No, that was after his second win. First day's random teams. The first 2 wins are random. That was his third one. Yeah, it is day 1 because people have 3 wins or 0 wins. Yeah. You can fresh as often as you want. I mean, I can look at what he was saying at that point, but regardless, your understanding of the rule is incorrect. Hey, you said that it will show you teams of 90 to 120k, and I'm showing you that they don't do that. They will just show you whatever teams they feel like. Alright, so don't backtrack on me saying that I'm changing the rules. Day 1 is different? Alright, man. Add whatever caveat you want. If Bandai still wants to make it harder, they will make it harder. They don't want people to run low CP teams. They want people to run their strongest teams. And if it means it makes it impossible to get 15 wins, that's kind of the point. Everyone called the low CP strategy dead at the first day and ditched it? No, they used it as much as they could, and then they tried to min-max it as much as possible. They slowly increased their CP to match. That was the strat, is slowly increase your CP so that way you minimize it as much as possible, like your own CP, because who you match up against is based on your own CP. If your CP is 100,000, you're going to get people who are higher than you. You're never going to get people with lower CP than you. Unless you're literally the highest CP in the entire game. Been constant for you. Like I said, you probably got lucky. Like, there are a bunch of cases and a bunch of people who are like, yeah, the teams seem normal for me. And then there was a bunch of cases, like I just showed you, where people were getting 130 to 150,000 or 160,000 CP teams against 30k, 40k, 20k, etc. So it's not that there's a cap. There isn't a cap. Bandai is trying to make you lose, so you pull more. It helps their bottom line. Like, if it works for you, great. Try it again next time. And if it keeps working, great. Like, I'm probably going to try the 1-1-1 strat again. But I don't expect it to work. If it works, great. But they changed the algorithm, the matchmaking algorithm, without saying anything. Like, it was very obvious that it changed. It's not like they made an announcement being like, oh, the matchmaking algorithm for Grand Party has changed, so be sure to bring your strongest teams or whatever flavor text they want to throw around with it. Like, it changed, and they didn't tell anybody. They didn't want people to think that it changed. All they did was introduce a cap at the lower end, but I okay. If you think there's a cap, by all means, believe there's a cap. But you probably got lucky. You managed to match with people in that 90k to 120k range. I probably had similar matchmaking. The difference is my teams weren't that good because I was trying out different teams. That's why I only got like 12 wins, right? Played exactly like you did the Grand Party before and worked out the same way, only difference you couldn't go below a certain point. So it didn't work out the same way. That is Ace Friends. Well, we'll see if Bandai changes it, regardless. And I suspect they probably will. They don't want people to be able to cheese it. Low CP is cheesing it, and they don't want people to do that. And by definition, it is trying to game the system. That is cheesing. And they don't want people to do that. I should make it best of 3 wins. It is best of 3 wins. Like, you need to win all 3. Oh, then it's winner takes all. Or I guess all or nothing kind of thing. No, because they still want it to look like it's fair. They want it to seem fair when it's actually unfair. Like gambling. That would force us to field 3 teams. No, they want people to think that they can win 2 of the 3. But they don't want the gaming of combat power to be as much of a point. They put the cap at 150 minimum, the newer guys wouldn't be able to get more than 1 or 2 wins. Start shitstorming. I mean, new people always have the better Rumble teams. I don't think that's a correct statement. Because new people always pull the newest things. And the newest things is what does well in Rumble. Like, versus Kaido and Yamato. And, the new ace, right? Like playing with a lot of the shooter teams. So I don't think that's necessarily correct. It rewards the people who pull, not veteran players. At the end, you never know how greedy they will be and change it. But they don't know how to play it, like I said. Level 100 guys seeing 200k teams. He just had to give up after 2 wins. Yeah. But they're expecting... That's not the argument I'm trying to make. The argument I'm trying to make is new players will be able to pull the new stuff, look up on YouTube and be like, how do I play this game mode? and see people like Stump or Toski be like, this is a really good team, and be like, I can make that team. And then they go into Rumble and they're like, great, I don't have to know how to play this game. I just need to know that my team is good and I can win. Because Rumble isn't just an auto battler. Like, if you're new and you're trying to build the team for yourself, then yes, you're gonna have problems. Like, that's a different scenario. Me, a player who understands how Rumble works and has a bunch of free-to-play units and a bunch of old legends, is not going to perform well in Rumble because I don't pull for the new stuff. I don't even have the first Yamato legend. So I can't mirror match like 90% of Sai teams because they all have Yamato. I can't mirror match any int-driven team because they have Yamato. Or Uta, which I don't have either, right? If a new player comes in and they have Yamato and Uta, like, that's already 2/3 of all the legends you need for driven. There's plenty of veteran players who are like, I don't have Yamato, or I don't have Uta, and they're missing one piece of the puzzle. But new players can be like, I'm gonna reroll for Yamato and Uta. Or I'm just gonna pull right now and get all these characters that I want to use right away. Doesn't matter that he has Yamato because other people have Yamato 150 and he doesn't. Not a lot of people have Yamato at 150. Like, not a lot of people have Yamato at 150. People are likely to have Rumble Rare Recruit at 150, but Yamato at 150, they might have Air at 120, not 150. Can't mirror match if he fields his 3 best teams no matter what if he has the best units? Well, no, because also in Grand Party you can't mirror match because you don't know what teams you're going up against. I was just talking about normal Rumble mirror matches. In Grand Party, you basically never want to mirror match anyways, because that means you're mirror matching the whole thing. Maybe not 150, but even 120 would face roll. Yeah, but still. Having Yamato and Uta puts you, just having them puts you above probably 90% of most int Rumble teams. Just by virtue of veteran players getting unlucky. Because they've been playing for so long that they don't want to give up their account just to start a new account. Like, 1 or 2 character difference is still going to be the difference maker. Like, that's it. Like, I don't have Yamato. I could have most my int-driven team leveled up to 150, and if I tried to fight against an int-driven team with only level 99, but had Uta and Yamato in it, I would lose. Like, guaranteed. As maxed out as I could make my int-driven team, I would lose against a Yamato and an Uta. Int-driven. Easily. Even if it's not a mirror match, he will, then let's find say a Dex team with a Luffy 120 and Dalton 150 Pell, even if he does a strength team against it, he'll lose because they're stacked. Sure. But that's like saying, I don't know. That's a whataboutism argument that it doesn't add anything to the conversation, unfortunately. That's a, yeah, but then Goku would kill him. Like, yeah, Dex is strong. If you add a 150 Pell to anything, it will kill. Like, that's how strong Pell is. Like, they did not balance Pell. Pell has the rumble abilities of a legendary character in a rare recruit, for some reason. Like, he just nukes. Like, he doesn't have a range on him. Argument was about people seeing what Stump does and mimicking him. So under the assumption they'll field their 3 best teams if they do that. I mean, if that's what Stump tells people to do in Rumble or in Grand Party, yeah. They'll do that. And that means more and more people aren't gonna see the 1-1-1 teams or the 1-1-5 teams. And people are just gonna go up against 1-1 like full built teams. Full built team is beatable with a 2-person or 2 teams, a 1-5-5 or 1 full. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know what... You have a chance of getting 2 wins with your 2 teams since the enemies aren't stacked as much? No, because you're gonna get matched against people... The way the algorithm is working is that you're gonna get matched against people who have higher CP units, but less units. You're gonna get put up against someone who has Dalton, Luffy, Pell, 3-person team, or Dalton, Luffy, Pell, and like Nekomamushi, a 4-person team, and they're all gonna be 150'd. And sure, it's lower CP, but it's still gonna beat most other generic teams. Like, that doesn't mean you have a higher chance of winning. It means you're gonna get matched against higher density teams, where their characters are leveled up more and they're just a smaller team. It's not like you're getting put up against a team where it's 8-person and all their CP is spread out. Said most people will field 3 full teams. Your argument is that you're gonna see teams that are in the 90 to 120k range, and people aren't running 120k range teams and building full scale teams. Like, you refuse to acknowledge that people will see teams higher than 150k, right? Or 130k. And you won't see full built teams in the 90 to 120k range. Unless they're just auto-built. And even if they're auto-build, they're not going to be good. Like, they're going to have some units swapped out of there or something. The only way you're going to see teams in the 90 to 120k range is if they're partial teams. And the only other teams you can face are going to be higher than 120. And if they're higher than 120, then they're full build. Like, the teams I went up against weren't 8-player teams. It was, oh, here's 5-player teams. Here's 4-player teams. Like, that's what I got. And I was running 113 or 112 or 111. Eventually I switched to 144. And that was what worked out for me after a while. But I was still in like the 80k range or 90k range. I think I ended up going 155 by the end of it. But I was also goofing around with my teams. I was using Treasure Map Wiper as a unit, so... my teams weren't exactly serious. But I got 12 wins. So with goofy teams, that's not bad. Yeah, but they might be 140k split at 3 teams, so individual team will be 50k strength, and your 2 teams will be 30 to 50k. If you match colors, or at least a chance you can win. No. Dex beats strength still. I'm almost certain the best Dex team would beat the best strength team. Like, that's how strong Dex is. Like, that's the issue with PvP, is that they don't properly balance it. Like, even if you do, like, play the rock, paper, scissors game perfectly, like, it doesn't matter. Your strength team was able to beat quite a few Dex teams, well, then you picked the right Dex teams to beat, because strength isn't very strong all the time. You're not finding perfect Dex teams? Yeah, so you're not finding the good Dex teams. Like, if you're finding a Dex team without Pell and Dalton and a lot of the rare recruits, then yeah. Because the good Dex teams don't have a lot of legends on it. And then Quick can almost... Quick has trouble beating strength a lot of the time, too. Like, Quick doesn't have a lot of killing power. Perfect Dex team with high level limit break will have a lot of CP on them. A perfect Dex team just needs high level limit break on Pell, and that's it. It's keep Pell alive as long as possible, and then that's all you need to care about. As long as Pell can survive, the Dex team works. So even if you do play rock, paper, scissors properly, like... that's the issue. Bandai arbitrarily picks, oh yeah, this is the correct team for against this. But then it doesn't work. Yeah, Quick is had good units, but they haven't really had anything good. It's like Akainu, the Fujitora, Izo Kiku, and a couple other units, but they haven't had anything really recently. And the most recent thing was the Fujitora. And that was Film Red, so... Although shooter quick size isn't bad right now. But if you don't have the full team, then it's... like, there's not really good subs for it. It's either have the full team or your team's just weak. The most recent Quick Rumble characters, Porshemi. Oh yeah, I forgot those came out. Not a lot of people have them. Porshemi and Blue Jam. Yeah, Blue Jam. I need to remake my Fuji team. Did I remember to save it, or did I goof? I goofed. That's fine. It's a pretty simple change. Blue Jam gives defense, which Quick really needs. And he has defense, yeah. Blue Jam does pretty good stuff. Man, the database is loading slow on my device. Probably be faster if I just launched it. Tried pulling for them. Only got a Kainu Ace, and now they're free to buy with the Tavern coin. Well, I mean, free if you spend, like, what, 400 medals? Yeah. Half defense, and then deals 2.3 times his attack, which is kind of huge, and then action bind. Although it's only 7 seconds, thankfully. If his action bind was any longer than 7 seconds, like, that would be pretty rough. Although 7 seconds is already a lot, and it's for what? A range? Yeah, in a large sideways area. Yeah. I'd rather have spent 400 medals than 150 gems. Yeah, but 400 medals is 2,000 gems. I would have spent 150 gems for Ace Akainu is pretty cheap, I'm gonna be honest. Poor Shemi does fixed damage twice. Yeah, he does 16,000 damage, which basically will kill. But it's only to high HP. I wish he targeted low HP. If he targeted low HP, he'd be absolutely nuts. But he just chunks down whoever has the highest HP. You feel better, you already got like 900 medals. Yeah, you don't want to spend your medals. Medals are like a last resort. If you don't have a legend, spend the medals to get them. Let me double check something. Inuneko 3828 supports 3828. I need to see if they reduce. Have a support that would reduce increased defense. No. About paralysis? Almost certainly they have somebody that reduces paralysis. I'm pretty sure it's Raizo, yeah. And Izo Kiku, but I have Izo on my team, so that doesn't work. So I could get rid of the paralysis without doing anything. I could get rid of the paralysis, but then I have no way of getting rid of the defense up or barrier. Because I need to get rid of one of them. No, I need to get rid of the barrier. Yeah, okay. Need to get rid of the barrier. Not really any other good solution. Damn, ATK is about to take ends to map 3. What a fall from grace. Yeah. I'm low on medals. I need to check what's in the shop this month, although this will probably be the last month that I would be able to buy anything. Because I don't get any medals, because they removed the medals from the free polls. Yeah, I don't think there's any other way I can do this. I'm surprised Tashigi doesn't have some sort of support that removes defense up. Or not Tashigi, Shanks. Maybe the new Makino might. That'd be cool. Yeah, I don't really need these supports on Luffy and Odin though, but whatever. Do I really think Sugo steps will improve? No. Nope. Not at all. Oh wow, 590. Nice. He's almost at 600. Very cool. From what you've seen, steps got worse than New Year's Sugo even was. Yeah. That's about right. Why am I holding on to the gems then? Because I don't need to pull. I don't need to. Pulling just ruins the game in the future. Either I pull and I don't get what I want, or I pull and then the game is easy for a month, and then the game is hard again for the next however many months. So pulling only, like, slightly improves the situation. Doesn't really help much in the long term. Like, if I pull on a month, it just makes that month easier. It doesn't make the next 5 months easier. Unless I get really lucky. Alright, I want... Oh, I goofed. Didn't I? No, I didn't. I'm good. Because I need to use your special. I don't care about your sailor. His double special is a break. I'm gonna use this special. Good. I guess it didn't matter with whether I use that special. Okay, I've gotten like an orb boosting. Oh no. Cactus. Actually, it'd be pretty decent. How much health do you have, Fujitora? I wonder if his health scales on... yeah. His health should scale. I should just use Luffy's special. Yeah, I don't know. There you go. What if I replace Luffy as captain? Who could I replace Luffy as captain with, though? I don't think I can replace Luffy as captain with anybody, really. Shanks' crew I can't use unless I swap out Shanks for somebody. Can't really think of any better situation. This is a stronger affinity boost. Special. Like maybe I should be attacking with Sabo last. I think his attack boost, it's 2.5 stats. Luffy gets what? 1.25. Yeah. Probably gets a 2x attack boost on top, so yeah, final tap doesn't matter with Luffy. Final tap's only gonna be like a 50%. So Sabo's just gonna be better to end the attack on, always. I gotta remove that base support. Damn. Do I know what you have to farm? You restarted the game after many years without playing. Every month, whenever treasure map comes out, whatever farmable units there are, farm those. And then whatever new event comes out. So like the most recent one, it came out, and it was like Pedro, Kid, Morley, Jinbei, all those Coliseum units, and then there's a bunch of raid units. Just get those. Start with whatever's boosted on treasure map, and then whatever's the monthly stuff. Hey Toby. Really? I get the -2 roll and I'm still skipping this. haven't changed the amount of tickets in this. In the crystal chest. They should increase the amount of tickets in the crystal chest. They give 1,000 tickets. I wanted to see how many, like, medium crystals they give. I didn't get the other bento box. Alright. So if Yuka is on Shanks, can squeeze out 4 turns of increased defense reduction, but I can't get 5. I'd almost get 5 if I didn't use Inu Neko. But then I would need to replace Inu Neko with some sort of orb booster, which I don't really have. I can get an attack boost from Luffy and a affinity boost from Sabo. Oh man, ATK beat-ends. Nice. Did Bandai ever add a decent way to reduce damage nullification? Not retroactively to the boosted list. I know Toadski mentioned an alternative because there was a, like, I think it was a treasure map character or something, but no, they didn't change the boosted list or anything. And it's not like there's a character on the stage that you kill and then the damage nullification goes away or anything like that, like Wiper or Anel. I have no way of getting the same amount or more points on my Fujitora team and making it better, unless I pull. Either I accept lower amounts of points, which I might do later on, There's not even any good orb boosters in this boosted list. Yeah. What if there's really not. There's not even a good quick orb booster for support for this team either. Man, they need to just start giving supports better, or start giving characters better supports. Oops. Thought I was already on the final boss. No. Seems like most people are either using Honda Carrot or hoping for the best. Because Drake's removing of damage nullification works, but you don't have Drake. But I think they gave out Drake for free. But still, it's not good. Watch the new support rare recruit or something deal with damage nullification. God, that'd be so funny. How funny would that be? Depressing, but funny. Drake's an arena, you can't be asked to spend time farming that for a limit break, to spend time farming treasure map. Yeah, I know, right? They really didn't do us any favors with this. There's like two options, basically, if you don't have Drake already. And that's Carrot Wanda or Pull. And even if you do use Drake, like, I don't know how you'd build a team without any of the new batch using Drake. Like, genuinely, I don't think you could build a team without new batch. Because Carrot Wanda takes care of all the debuffs on the final stage. Or all the enemy buffs. Can't believe it's been sunny all day. When I was at the doctor's office, they're like, it's gonna be 2 hours of sun. And the entire day's been sunny. Like, it's 6 p.m. almost, and it's still bright. I don't have to turn on my, I didn't clock in today. Oh well, it's fine. I haven't had to turn on my light at all, so that's good. Try to finish this run, and then I need to go feed my dog. So annoying trying to build a team for this. Yup. That's treasure map. That booby treasure map. Boosted units aren't cutting it without the new batch. Yeah, that's typically how it goes. The boosted units are not really well curated. So, sure, there's a bunch of boosted units that could work, but in reality, you're meant to just have the new batch. If you're unlucky, you get the character that gifts you stuff with 0 mobs and you can't even stall a single turn. Yeah. Well, normally they reduce your cooldown if you get that stage. They reduce your cooldown a good amount too. I don't know how much they reduce your cooldown by, but I'm pretty sure it's more than what you're normally getting it reduced by. And they reduce it for all characters. So if you're using a completely unboosted team where the character is not boosted and they don't get any already passive cooldown reduction on that stage, then it might be... I don't know, actually, because that would be at minimum like what? 7 turns or 5 turns, and then you probably get 5 more turns. I don't know if they do 10 turns. Maybe. I've never actually checked. They might do more than 10 turns. I don't actually know. I think you're still traumatized from a treasure map where you didn't need the versus charged and the character didn't... Where you needed the versus charged, the character didn't boost your versus bar and ended up killing you instead of being help. Yeah, they did that a couple of times. Where they would boost versus units but then not charge up their gauge. But it seems... At least the past 2 they've done... Maybe past 3. No, the past 3 they did versus gauge. The past 2 they've done versus gauge and super swap. They're also only doing the versus gauge by... Oh no, versus gauge gets 10 turns. Sometimes. still utterly useless for versus units. There's a 0% chance to get a versus gauge up. Yeah. If it's only 5 turns, it's pretty useless, because most versus gauge are like 12. I don't know why it's 5 turns. It should be 10 or 15 or something. No reason for me to use the Sufi special, is there? Nah. No reason. That's a lot of damage. That's definitely going to carry me, but Fuji is definitely going to be a problem late game. Getting frustrated, you can't find an effective setup versus the Dofi boss. You wouldn't mind being able to kill Fuji. You can grind not being able to kill Fuji. You can grind even without the invasion boss, even if it sucks, but not being able to reliably kill the boss is just not an option. Yeah. And you could... I don't know. I don't know how long it would take to get 1 million or 1.5 million if you quit before the boss every time. Because you can do that and retain all your EXP, but... Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I need to feed my dog. And... get water and stuff like that, and I'll be back. Let me switch this out so I can take my phone. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Ugh. Grandpa was having issues getting up the stairs. Hello, I nuke it, if you're still here. Oh. It is warm in this room. Let me blow out the candle. That was probably a mistake. I don't know if that candle will light again. When to pull at Sugo? Whenever you want, man. Pull whenever you feel like it. Any pullers? Okay. Normal run. I've got enough to test out the Monte Carlo simulation. Yeah, no, I'm 99% certain that Muffin's Monte Carlo does not work. But didn't we confirm that last time it wasn't the Monte Carlo? Monte Carlo. Gambling method. No, he used a Monte Carlo method. Conclusion: the Monte Carlo method is complicated and certainly not for anyone. You need to have a strong understanding of some pretty complicated mathematics, formulas, and forecasting principles to get the most of it. If you do not, you could end up going down the wrong path and deriving incorrect learnings. You don't say. You don't say. Isn't it the, like, double down? The martingale system. Yeah, that's basically what Muffin system is, except this is a 50-50 thing, assuming you'll double your bet. Except there's no return on investment. So. Okay, not going right. I mean, I think it's proof enough that people went 31 multi-polls for Sabo to prove that Muffin's theory just doesn't work. Because that's like, what, 1,500 gems? Yeah. Like, it's not unreasonable to assume that that could happen more than once in a row. Speaking of... I need to double check something. SQL8. Where's my SQLite? SQLite. Oh, SQLite Studio. Is there, like, convert DB file to Excel? wow, Excels can open DBs? Interesting. Might be a better way of... Oh, not temp. Untitled. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. Open DB file, Google Sheets. I'll have to play with that later. Man, I should really get a copy of Excel. boring treasure map. Is it just me, or does Ace's hat look weird in this? Like, it looks like his hat's sitting on his head weird. Way overshoot the bento box then, alright. And I have to do one more roll. I don't even get to the final boss. Get one before it. The best spot. One right before the boss. Fairest, I feel like you would have enjoyed the grand party discussion we had earlier. Crayon doo-doo. The heck is going on here? Oh, there we go. Basically, the gist of the conversation was, you should never see a team above 120k combat power if your combat power is below, like, 80 or whatever. I don't think is correct. I don't think that's correct at all. What if we got a character that reduced barrier duration every time you get a crit? Thanks, I hate it. It's okay, it will be like Ben Beckman and Lucky Roo where they'll just be useless. They'll never be used, ever. Yeah. Ben Beckman and Lucky Roo are very neat. Too bad they're completely useless. Crit is such a meme. Yeah, they would have to increase the chance of crit by like 50%. But like, what other ability is there in limit break abilities? Alright, let me finish reading the chapter. I completely forgot to finish reading the chapter. Although the chapter seems pretty nice. Normal attack only resistance. I can't wait to reduce normal attack only from 99 turns to 94. Wowie, wow, wow. It's like how Bandai added all those other very useful limit break abilities. Anti-heal reduction. Special level... or special use reduction. Or special use limit reduction. That's it. They added those in and gave them to like 2 units and we're like, well, it's pretty nice, isn't it? Don't you want to use these limit break abilities? It's like, no, we're good. Oh. Oh. Oh god. Oh, okay. Apparently I was right about Shanks. Nice. Well, this might be my last run if I run out, if I don't get a bento box. Got a stamina refill. Yeah, it was a 50%. I can do one more run, probably. One full run. Don't know if I'll make it to the end. Yeah, it depends on how long I take. Gotta love the German government. What did they do this time? Can't be worse than the American government. At least the state governments. Gotta love child labor. They've given out some stimulus package for the increased electricity and gas prices, but university students got forgotten. Did they just say university students don't pay for electricity or gas? God. 8 months later, they now have a solution for it. Well, gee, that really makes up for it. The people who probably live day to day. Very good. Involves using the online function of the IDs. Website is super shady, and it's like one-time payment 200.org. Yeah, that's definitely... Somebody was told to decide the name and they didn't realize what the hell they were deciding. What is the 2 even doing there? And the app to verify your ID is called ID App 2. What is the 2 doing there? I don't know. Sounds like placeholder name kind of vibes. Like, just throw something in there. Really? I'm out of ace friends again? I'm playing for like 30 minutes and already out of ace friends. I guess everyone's done farming for the day. Everyone's eating lunch, or dinner, or sleeping. Hit 8 months and this is the best they can do. Hey, they don't hire people to do work efficiently in the government. It's all bureaucracy. Does the government pay absolutely horrible wages in the US as well? Well, put it this way. My dad has been working for the government for 40 years? 35-ish years? And he makes the most amount of money someone who is not politically appointed can make. So he makes the most amount of money in the government that a civilian can make. And it's like less than 200K, I think. Less than 200K yearly. Like, that is the highest he can go. Ace, ace, ace. Nice. But he got there because he basically got hired, got a couple promotions and raises, and then he got basically nothing for like 20 years, and then he got a bunch of promotions because one of his bosses that got politically appointed liked him. That's why he was able to get promoted to where he is now, because he got lucky and found a boss that he worked well with. So, but in America, everyone lies on their resume. So they got people who say like, "Oh, I managed a $1 billion budget," when really they got coffee for someone who managed a $1 billion budget. But they're like, "I helped manage that $1 billion budget." So. money the government pays here feels too low. Well, I mean, your taxes are also pretty high, too. So I can imagine it not being great. It's like 48K starting salary with a master's. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in the US starting is probably around 60 or 70K. But I don't know if cost of living is cheaper in the US or not. Because they'll also be like, oh, you live in an area where the cost of living is lower, we're gonna give you less money. Like, you don't have to pay $1,000 in rent every month, or $2,000 in rent, we're just gonna pay you less money. So, you get at least 60K with private companies. Private companies here is probably around 60, 70. Government jobs is... Actually, no. Government jobs is like maybe 40 to 50. Senior positions earn as much as entry level in the US. Eesh. Yeah, but in the US we pay for it with our lives. Government jobs pay decent for people that come through trade jobs, I guess. Kind of. But starting positions just never pay well. In government, your pay is never going to be good if you're a civilian. Your pay is only going to be good if you get into politics. Like, civilians just don't make good money. They're lobbying for a salary cap. I mean, the US has a salary cap. For civilians. Politically appointed people, I guess technically everyone has a salary cap as politicians. Like, if you're in government, there's a salary cap, but politicians get to yoink money from lobbyists that decide to donate to them. Because the minister for IT out-earns your president. Well, I don't know how the minister of IT is decided, unless it's appointed by the president. But like the US president, he only makes like 400K a year. That's his salary as president, and then he makes money from other stuff, I'm sure. God, I want, like, disgusting American Italian food. God, I would kill for Olive Garden. Ugh, I love Olive Garden. Too much. Just forgot, guys. Hee hee, just forgot. Oopsies, forgot details. It's better than Trump admitting stuff, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. On one hand, it's, oopsie, forgot the details. On the other hand, Trump would have been like, you know, I didn't forget any of the details. In fact, I think it's better that we did leave that stuff out and we did commit financial fraud because we're sticking it to the institutions and the deep state and the Bidens. Damn, my damages apparently ranges from 200 million to 300 million. Oh, I'm not gonna hit that left one. Do you think by the end of Egghead we'll get New York? You mean New York? I don't know, maybe. I think I'm correct about Shanks, though. I think he's got a little, leverage on the Gorosei. I like how all it takes for Oda to start killing off characters is either A, not show their death, or B, have them not be new characters. It's okay if this one dies, they're not real. You wanted it to be Lafitte? I still don't get why his name is Lafitte and not Lafayette. Yes, Kuma. Oh my gosh, he... Oh. Another stamina refill. Let's hope Oda has enough time cooking the Blackbeard pirates to actually give some of them a backstory. Although, I don't know. Hopefully they don't Kaido him. And just make him evil for evil's sake. God damn, whoever this violinist is, fucking playing out of their mind. It's like Lindsay Sterling if she wasn't a Mormon. Free to express herself. It's so wild that she started doing advertisements for, like, the Mormon church. I remember the trashing dating shows on MTV. Which one specifically? Because there were a couple. Now they're all the reality beach dating shows or whatever. Because Bachelor in Paradise popped off. Now everyone's trying to be Bachelor in Paradise. A Shot at Love? I think so. Why? One of the contestants, Tila Tequila, a Vietnamese girl. Oh yeah. Yeah, some of those people are insane. Went completely nuts and turned into a Nazi. Was that during the show, or like she just became one after? Born in Singapore, raised in Texas. (2015). Is she like an ironic Nazi? Because, I mean, she has, like, a porn star name. So, like... Oh, no, she wasn't a sex tape. Huh? What's an ironic Nazi? An ironic Nazi is someone who pretends to be a Nazi for... clout. So that way they can make money. And it's a mental illness, yeah. Yeah, basically. In Germany you get jailed for being a Nazi, ironic or not. Yep. Even any Nazi symbolism gets you arrested, which is good. Huh. Override attack boost does not change the duration. Tokyo Revengers. Yeah, any Holocaust denialism, anything like that. Cosplayers here start wearing the uniforms at conventions. Yeah. Japan really needs to be like, maybe we shouldn't. allow depictions of World War II, but they haven't done that yet. They really need to. Good to know. Should I post that as a bug report? That overwritten attack boosts don't change the duration. Are they gonna say it's a feature and not a bug? Probably. Think it's intended? It probably is intended. Surely they've tested that before. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to help my family with something. Oh man, she's not even like... Yeah, no, she's not even an ironic Nazi. She's just a normal, actual Nazi. Oh, but she is stupid. She thinks the Earth is flat. It isn't? No, it's actually a cone? It's a cone where America is at the top of the cone, and then everything else is below America. Finally managed to kill Dofi and Fujitora without having to use gems. Nice. Never rely on pre-builds of YouTubers. Yeah, you just gotta be careful. Can't trust them 100% before content comes out, because sometimes either content is wrong and mislists something. It's been the case like a handful of times where the details of treasure map is wrong, and sometimes they just forget one thing. Like how I forgot that Odin changes his own orb to Wano orb. Sure doesn't help that they don't even try out their own builds once treasure map drops. Well, they probably put the video out and then, I don't know, maybe some of them will comment like, hey, this works and this doesn't work. Burgess has poison immunity. Oh no, all the poison units that we can't use now. I guess technically I don't need to worry about that interrupt. That stun doesn't really matter. It just means my chain is a little bit lower. Later on it will matter. When Cat Dog uses their special, do they always have to be Slasher or Cerebral? Yeah, they'll always be Slasher Cerebral after the special. Yeah. When you look at the unit, then it'll show what they are in dual form, and then you press the little cycle button, and it will show in solo form, and then the cycle button again. So first solo form, second solo form. But the dual form is always the same. It doesn't matter who uses the special. Dual form is always the same. It really sucks that they're Slasher Cerebral, because Neko is Striker Powerhouse. So it's as if Neko just doesn't exist in the unit, and it's just an Inuarashi unit. Makes them not boosted by Nami Kappa, which sucks. Yep. No more Striker. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was one of the criticisms I had of Inu Neko, is that no Striker. Like, they could have been Striker Cerebral or something like that. Striker Slasher. Okay, guess I'm going left. You're already weakened by not having super type or tandem or final tap. Super swap is kind of busted, so tool unit should be all the types they have. Super swap and super swap is kind of busted. If they're good, they're really good. Like Inu and Echo by themselves basically give you all the important attack boosts that you would want, which is already kind of nuts. And they cover like basically most units. Like, let me see. So they cover, so there's almost 4,000 units, 3832. Actually, it's not even, let's do this right. Hide fodder, hide base form, so there's 2296 units. And Inu Neko gives boost to Slasher, Striker, Cerebral, and Powerhouse. Right? Slasher, Striker, Cerebral, Powerhouse. 1724. Flipped it. That's 75% of units. They boost 75% of all units in the game that matter. Honestly, let's do 4-star or better. Which is 2024. 1535 76. Not that much higher, but still. But like, if Inu and Echo counted for all types, that'd be very strong. The fact that they get access to their swap every turn. Especially when like Luffy Law gets their super swap, like that's gonna be a pretty insane one because they get the defensive ability bypass. Like, you're salty, they just don't work well with Nami. Yeah, that's... Unfortunately, that's just part of OPTC. Nami should have been Striker Cerebral, but Bandai loves Free Spirit, so... She's Striker Free Spirit or whatever she is. Yeah, Striker Free Spirit. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do one more one. Maybe if I get lucky with the bento early. He also only has normal poison resistance or immunity. Like, he's not immune to toxic or strong poison. Oh, it's a bonus map. I didn't even realize I was up for a bonus map. Oh god. I could hit 2 different bento boxes. Oh my god, I actually hit it. Alrighty, okay. What if I switch this to Shark? I think Shark is better. $200 stamina incoming. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the other stamina bento box. I goof this. No, I don't think I goofed this. This team always messes with me. I always feel like I'm screwing it up somehow. Oh, I hit with the attack down last time. I should see if I can get a chain boost on this. Oh, wait, that's the wrong Luffy. What the heck? How did I get that Luffy on this team? Holy ones. Holy ones. But I got the stamina refill, of course. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna be streaming for the next 12 hours if I don't stop eventually. Holy sh... This only took you to nav 51 to use your first job. You're at nav 51 on the first day? What is wrong with you? I swear. You guys play like psychopaths. 50 navs in a day? Yeah, no wonder I suck at MMOs. I don't no-life them like you guys do. Holy cow. I thought I made good progress today. This is probably my first time getting to like 3 million in the first day. Normally I'm at like 1.5. You're at 80 now? God damn. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. You're nuts, dude. You're at 1.5 mil? Nice! See, it didn't take you long once you got a team up and running. Bugsnax music is so good. Better hit those 15 million point rewards. Yeah. 60 gems. Wowie, wow, wow. HP creep isn't horrible, but it grows. Alright. Let's have Crystal. Got pretty bad for you last treasure map because you couldn't clear the invasion. Well, now you have a team that can do the invasion. Oh, man. Yeah, if that was your experience last treasure map, I definitely would have rethought going to New World this treasure map. They definitely don't get easier. Alright, thanks everyone for stopping by. Tomorrow is Thursday. Yeah, I think I'll be streaming tomorrow. More treasure map, probably. Oh no, we're gonna have data download. Oh, it's gonna be a database stream. Oh no. I better get that done quick so I can keep farming if I want to hit 15 million. Yeah, it's probably gonna happen. Alright, well, see you tomorrow, for better or for worse. Bye everybody. Thanks for watching. Be sure to follow. Why is data download bad? Because it means I have to work on the database. I have to work on the website. And it's always stressful. Because I always screw up something. So, alright.